Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council here for Tuesday, February the 11th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Seven Territory of the and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Otpisca Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. For a moment of reflection this morning, there's just a couple of things that I would like to highlight. First of all, I want to say congratulations to our staff. Our staff held a mini hockey tournament here earlier this week, and were able to raise over $4,700 for the United Way. So congratulations to our staff. I hear that this is going to be a first of a bit of an annual event, and I believe the firefighters were the ones who took home the trophy. We have two in our gallery today, and they're very much beaming and bowing, and so the firefighters are very proud. Only one of the two of them actually played in the game, but the one celebrating the most didn't actually play. That's fine. But our firefighters were able to win the tournament, but the real win was a good community event where we were able to, like I said, our staff raised over $4,700 for the United Way. And also, we've had over the last few weeks, we've had some new businesses opening in Chestermere over in a new commercial area that we have over in Dawson. Had an opportunity to meet with one of those business owners this weekend. And the comment that they made was that they were choosing Chestermere over Calgary because they saw Chestermere as a viable market. They love the fact of how we're growing. They love what we're seeing in our communities and things like that. And so I just thought it was exciting for us as a community and for council and staff to hear that we have business owners now that are saying that we're the choice, and they're making a choice to bring their businesses here. And so I thought that was some good news items from last week. With that, we have the updates and the approval of the agenda. I believe we have some additions to the public agenda this morning. Can I have there we go. Thank you. In addition to anything that's already outlined here on the screen, Council or Administration, are there any other additions to the agenda this morning? Great, thank you. Administration, we're good? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the February 11, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda with the following amendments. Move item 9.1, RFD Chalcia Outline Plan Amendment to before item 7.2, RFD Chalcia Outline Plan Amendment. Add the following item to 10.1 CMRB FOIP Section 21 disclosure harmful to the intergovernmental relationship.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. For our public input portion here, do we have any messages, emails, or otherwise alleged services? Nope. Okay, thank you. Approval of the minutes. We have the February 4th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe I'll wait for the motion to be put up. Good. I move that council approve the February 4th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. For our public presentations today, we have a guest joining us to talk about some ongoing conversations that we've been having with regards to youth and youth safety and safety in our community. And so with that, I would like to, for item 6.1, human resource discussion, I'd like to invite up Ms. Sergeant Kathy Clausen. Can you just hit there's a button right in front of you on the mic? There we go.
Hello?
Perfect.
Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So in light of some of the things that have been brought forward in the media, and some discussions, we have been talking a lot about the youth recently and the potential of having what was typically called an SRO, a school resource officer. We now call it a youth liaison officer. So I'd like to take this time to have a discussion with you as City Council about some of the things that came to our attention and what we would potentially like to see in the future. So this is a request to discuss the potential of adding a new position to the Chestermere HR resources. And one of the things that I put together, just so you're aware, these are the calls to the schools that we get over, well, I did February 1st to January the 31st, just to encompass like the same amount of stats for same time period for stats. On average, we get about one call every couple days that a school is open. The Alberta school system is open for 180 days per year. So if we look on average, we're getting one call every 2 days for incidents that happen at the schools. Not encompassing stuff that is happening in the neighboring areas of the schools that is potentially a bit school related, but these are calls directly from the schools. If you note, February 2022 to January 2023, the numbers are significantly lower. I will speak to that. That is the reason because in the RCMP file world, we have what we call retention on certain types of files. So after 2 years, you'll see certain types of files fall off our system. Those are stuff like assist general public, breach of the peace, suspicious person, provincial acts, anything related to any provincial statutes, all 911 calls, and false alarms. So anything that is more egregious will stay on the system longer than 2 years. So that's where those numbers look lower, even though they potentially were not. But in the last 2 years, we're seeing that it was around 100 calls for service to the schools. Continue on our HR background. So in February 2024, so a year ago around this time, the Chestermere CMP was granted 4 additional members. Those were as listed, one general duty corporal in July, a GIS corporal in July as well, another general duty corporal in January, and a crime prevention victim services, which is a CPVS constable. I will also speak to the difference between a CPVS and a youth liaison officer because they do have some components that cross-section each other, but as a totality, they're very different. So with the CPVS position, the reason why we asked initially for that is because it has further reach. So not only did I want to be able to have a new position that would serve the youth, but also a position that would serve the community. So there's a lot of events that go on that are not specifically designated for the youth and so forth. So we wanted to focus on capturing as much as we could in the one position that we were looking for initially. They focus on the crime prevention, intervention, victim services. They will work hand in hand with our victim services personnel. They will be at public events, not only like youth things, but Bulls on the Beach, Canada Day, Remembrance Day, all the markets, etc., like that. They will be the conduit between the RCMP and the public. So just developing that relationship. If you go on to the next slide, the youth liaison officer is really directed just at youth. They work in a school environment. They work hand in hand with the school staff. They work at functions that are designated for youth. And they can be utilized throughout the whole city at the different schools, depending on where the need is. I know in other jurisdictions, for example, Airdrie, they have taken on a school resource officer within the Rocky View County there, and they go to different schools certain days of the week. The youth know that they're going to be there hypothetically on a Wednesday. They look forward to the member attending, and they're able to like converse and make an impression that way. So they act as a mentor, they act for a sounding board, they act for guidance, they act for that person that they feel comfortable with, and if there is anything that they feel like criminally they would want to report, that's a conduit to that. So in some of our discussions, we have had meetings with the city, with Synergy, with CLMS in particular, with the Rocky View School Trustee, with our MLA, and these are some of the benefits that CLMS thought that would be benefits of a youth liaison officer. So this is actually their words, what they felt it would support them in. So whether it be student safety, community safety and engagement, and on the next page here, crime prevention and supporting at-risk youth. I'm not quite sure if you guys are aware, but over the last less than a year, Chestermere has had a numerous amount of people, and I say numerous, it's not very high, but in comparison to other schools, of students that have been suspended. So there is stuff going on that placing a school resource officer in there or a youth liaison officer in there could probably help benefit and help reduce that potential of that happening. The RSV trustee benefits, the next slide there. This is some of the ones that Shally has brought to our attention because they already have school resource officers in a couple of their schools, and they really enjoy the impact the positive impact that it's had on the school system and the youth there. So. I think the main thing is that the consistency of having somebody there, having that same person starts to build a relationship, and then it will, pass on from there about, the policing world and laws and morals and values. And so currently in the Chestermere detachment, this is what we sit at for our resources: 1 staff sergeant, 1 sergeant, 4 corporals in general duty, and 16 constables. A general investigation section, we have 1 corporal and 1 constable, and community policing, CPVS, which has been named. So the person that is going to be sitting in that position is Constable Patrick Neufeld, and he will be transitioning over here shortly. And for the remainder of the year, we are going to have him focus on some school stuff because that is part of his portfolio. That is one promise that I did make, that we would place him where things are needed, and right now we're seeing a need in the youth area. This is a projection, just adding that 1 youth liaison officer under in the constable position here. I know we had, and the next one, our projected cost. So for a regular member, the cost of a regular member is approximately $241,000, sorry, $242,000 almost. So, and whether or not our fiscal year is April to March, so depending on if one were to be approved, at what point in the year that gets approved, that would be just for the amount of time, prorated. So. We've talked about police to population ratio, so the amount of members per citizens here in Chestermere. We all know that our population currently is 28,129 people. That currently puts us at a police to population ratio as 1 member to every 1,125 citizens. If we have a projected population in a couple years with the increase of 27%, if we continue to increase that way, our population ratio would be 1 to 14, approximately 1,400 citizens. I know we had discussed in the past having a population ratio that sits around 1 to 1,000. In Chestermere Lake Middle School alone, we have 950 students. So if we want to represent our youth, we would have a member for those 1,000 students. That's only in one school, right? So we have 5 other schools, a couple more coming. I think our youth is our future. And if we give them a better foundation, I know they're struggling in the schools with the amount of students that are in there. And it's nothing that we can change. We are inviting people to come live in our community. Not everybody don't have kids, so we're expecting to have youth here. So I think it would be fair to represent them, really. So that's my stance on that. I feel like it would be a good use of a member. So if we were to increase our HR resources currently at the population right now, it would bring us down to still a little over the 1 to 1,000 population ratio. Any questions?
Thank you. I've got a bunch, but I'll open up to council first.
Yeah.
Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Good morning. Through worship to Staff Sergeant Clausen. Thanks for the very important presentation. I've got 2 quick questions. I've seen you kind of interchange the terminology youth liaison and SROs. Are they one and the same, or?
Yeah, often they're coined as a school resource officer, but under our job codes in our HR world, it's labeled as a youth liaison.
Okay.
So that's why we use youth liaison, but the typical coinage is SRO, school resource officer.
That's fantastic. Just a follow-up. And you did mention that in the Rocky View School District, there are other schools that do have them. Are you aware of if there is any funding sharing between schools and municipalities?
So when we reached out to the Rocky View trustee, we were questioning on that, like who pays for this? And it's really up to the community. So the Rocky View School Board does not fund portion of it. So it would have to be up to the community whether they want to fund a position.
Would it be safe to say that maybe the school provides an office or some space?
Correct. That being said, most of the schools are busting at the seams. And if we have a resource officer placed in the school systems, obviously there would have to be somewhere that is a place that they can store stuff. That could be at the detachment, right? And then when they go visit the schools, I would expect that they would be walking around the schools, interacting with people. If they do require a safe space to go talk, I'm sure the schools would offer up a room that could be utilized at that time, but having something that is consistently put aside for them might be a tight press right now, but I know that they would welcome it in there.
So understandable. Thank you so much.
On that point, I did reach out to City of Airdrie to see how they did it, because that's a good comparable for us.
Yeah.
Right, so Airdrie, Rockview Schools in Airdrie do share SRO officer, the youth liaison constable. So they do this in Airdrie, but it is 100% funded by the municipality.
Right. Yeah.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through our chair and administration to you, Staff Sergeant Clausen. I grew up and I had one of these in my school, and I don't really know how effective it was. They were maybe a quiet cop so to speak, and maybe part-time shared between schools. I don't know if this is a question you can answer, but the residents would support this if we can show results. So what way would residents see results other than less suspensions and things like that? Because sometimes I know in your position or in a policing commission, a position, it's often kind of difficult to bridge that gap between youth and that relationship between, police. Yes, everybody generally feels safe around them, but they also know when they're not around. So how do we effectively police and show our residents, if we spend these cost implications and put it in an SRO, that we're being effective?
I think that really comes from the youth and their reaction to it. Yes, you're correct. We're not going to resolve everything. There are still going to be things that happen behind our backs, in the darkness of the night, whatever, whenever. But I think the youth will be able to respond to that, whether or not there's that connection and stuff. Sometimes it's hard to track whether something is positive because you don't have that tangible measurement. But if you can change somebody's thought process as to do a crime or not do a crime, or bully somebody or not bully somebody, something like that, then that's where the impact will be. We won't know that until the youth start talking about that. I do know that the person we have selected for the CPVS position, Constable Neufeld, is well loved by many of the youth. I will say not all of the youth, because that's always the case. And I agree that it has to take a right fit. I mean, I just can't take somebody in and place them in that position and expect them to change the youth's minds. They have to be very engaging. They have to be at their level. They have to get in and, play sports with them, talk politics with them, talk schoolwork with them, talk struggles with them, that whole gamut. So it takes a lot, and there will be some times that the placements are incorrect. And if they are incorrect, we will look at moving them.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with SROs back when I was an educator, and then when I moved schools, I was at one that didn't have one, and certainly missed having that presence there. I will say though that what I noticed at the one school that I was at, we went through probably 3 SROs in the 10 years I was there, and there was definitely a marked difference between the officer who kind of sat in the office and waited for something to happen and responded and reacted, as opposed to the one that was eating lunch out in the lunchroom with the kids, that was playing basketball, there was a marked difference of safety and feeling within the school, simply based on how that SRO did their job.
Absolutely.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Schindler.
Excuse me. Through the chair to Staff Sergeant Clausen, I had a question about because we're gardeners of the my brain is failing right now. We're stewards of the taxpayer dollar, and I'm looking at the cost that you listed of $241,000. Could you explain to me what that cost is in a school resource officer / youth liaison officer?
So the cost per member is the same per member across the board. What that incurs is their salary, their training, their any benefits, their equipment, everything encompassing.
Cars,
the totality of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that an annual expense then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm a huge fan of not putting guns in schools, especially if even if they are on an officer. Can you talk more about that? Will potentially have these officers have firearms?
They won't potentially. They will.
They will have firearms.
They will.
Okay.
So that is just the scope of what we are.
Right.
And I understand the concern of it and the optics of it, but it's part of the uniform, and to show that it's only utilized when need be. right? Like we talk about it sometimes at the office where it's like the amount of guns that are around us daily that it doesn't even faze us anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like so familiar to us. But to have a member there and have not have a sidearm, what if something were to take place?
Right.
And then that member cannot react as a police officer, right? So that would not ever be something that we would consider.
And my final question for the moment is, this officer that you're proposing isn't just for one school. There's spread out amongst all the
Yeah.
schools. Given that they're going to be spread rather thin, do you think the impact that they're going to have will be as effectual as if we had a person in there all the time?
Obviously, it won't be as effective as if somebody is there 100% of the time.
Of course, yeah.
I do feel that obviously it's better than having nobody in there. And if we have currently 6 schools now, some of our elementary schools, you can see by the stats of the calls for services that we get is less there. But I know in our meeting that we had, we were discussing about, like, would it be better if it was like an RCMP officer or a CPO officer?
Yes.
I would love to have a pair. I would love to have an RCMP officer and a CPO officer in the future. That's, a wonderful dream. Because in our world, if we're dealing with something that turns criminal, nobody under the age of 12 can be charged with an offense, right? So a child under the age of 12, under the Criminal Code of Canada, you can't be charged with offense. Between 12 and 18, you're considered a youth, right? So that area of schools, that age group, we would want to have an RCMP officer. There is no point to have a CPO in there, because if something were to take place, then they have to call us anyways to come in and take control of it. Makes
Right.
sense? Because they can't enforce that. They don't have the authority to enforce that. If we had a CPO and an RCMP officer, then the CPOs could work in the lower grade schools and develop that relationship with the students that somebody of this kind of look would be in their school system as a relationship, as questions and answers, like all that kind of stuff, right? And then when they transition into the higher grades, they would then see a different authority figure.
Cool.
Councillor Worzynowski.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Dean. I have 2 questions, one for administration, but one through our chair, administration, to you again, Staff Sergeant Clausen. In regards to the sidearm, I'm sure most of the time they're not. You're not walking around loaded anyway, and I think you can
yes,
count on
we are.
you are loaded.
We're always loaded.
Clips loaded.
Always loaded.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I met a lot of cops.
I don't want to say, hey, just a second.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no,
That's
we're good to go.
Yeah. Have you got your new sidearms? That's another conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that. I think there may be controversy in regards to that, but
Yeah.
it does provide
Yeah.
some level of security for
Yeah,
some people.
absolutely.
So no question there. Through our chair again, through administration, Mr. Edney, in respect to the ask here, when we completed our interim budget, was this budgeted for?
No.
So this is an extra.
No, sorry. Some point of clarity of where this is coming from. So one of the things that we are doing is we've been looking at an overall strategy for safety in our community, right? As we all know, we are coming to a meeting this Saturday. It's this Saturday. Oh my goodness. This Friday, where we're meeting with Synergy, the RCMP, right? And so there will be, we all know that we approved an interim budget for 2025. We have not proposed a final budget for 2025. So the suspicion being that there may be some other strategies that we want to look at as we move forward with our budget for 2025, and so it's just start to build that. So this ask isn't technically an ask. It was if we were to add this to our budget for 2025 as we move to our final budget, those discussions coming in April, May, then this would be the ask for that position would be the 200 and
Yeah. And you know what? ideally, if you guys were to decide to add this resource, it would be best put in place just prior to the new school year. So it wouldn't need to come into place till, like, say, August.
Okay, with that being said, before the administration answers the question, I'd be in support of this, provided that we can afford it, obviously, during that time. And it sounds like we have plenty of time to figure that out. If we, well, one of the things is finding that right person, which takes time, but approving the money, we have plenty of time to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Staff Sergeant Clausen, thank you for the presentation. I had a question. You brought up the criminality of the nature of some of these calls. And that's part of the debate I've been having in my head is this the right position for an RCMP officer or a CPO officer? And granted, I acknowledge the reasoning you gave for the criminality. So I guess my question is, how many of these calls are criminal in nature?
So if you look at the stats there, I don't know if you can go back to that sheet. Let's see where.
Keep going. Yep.
Their page. So if you go back to 2022, 2023, these are all the ones that stick on that longer than 2 years.
These would be criminal.
So these are criminal ones. If you look at the next ones, these are all encompassing of all the other ones that I discussed. Let's see. Assist general public, breach of peace, suspicious person, provincial acts, anything provincial, 911 and false alarms as well. We're seeing stuff like assaults, distribution of intimate images, where like there's a lot of interesting things going on at our schools right now. You know, aside from the bullying that is leading to aggravated assaults and stuff like that. So, and like I said, these are just the calls for service that we get to the schools. Nothing that is the block down the road or the Circle K on lunch hour, et cetera, et cetera. With a youth liaison officer, we will be able to walk with them to the Circle K on occasion. We will be able to walk with them to the, baseball field, the skateboard park on their lunch break or after school, because that is the continuation of our duty of doing that. So,
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, going back to that example, that's exactly what used to happen at the schools I was at.
Yeah.
Is that
Just walk
they
off the
weren't
ground.
necessarily, walking beside them.
Yeah.
But look, there's a crowd going that way.
Yeah.
Suddenly I feel like eating my lunch where that whole crowd of students went. I
walking.
I just suddenly showed up there. Look
Yeah.
how that happened.
Yeah.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Staff Sergeant Clausen. See the list of schools that you've provided, and I do acknowledge that Chestermere High isn't here because they fall outside of Chestermere, but they don't. Because I do understand that when there's an emergency, our members do attend. Would you know approximately, how many times, do the members do attend?
I knew I should have pulled that stat. So yes, Chestermere High School is in Strathmore's policing jurisdiction. Yes, I do send and allow our members to go to Chestermere High School. And I know it's out of the municipality, don't get mad. But the reason is because we have a vested interest in what goes on there, because they're our youth. They're just going across the boundary line. So we do attend there. I didn't pull those stats, but I think they're in between the top two of calls for service. So,
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. As a follow-up, and I think you're correct. I think we should, because it's our lads and daughters that attend the school, so that's all right. So the school liaison, the youth liaison officer that you're proposing, would the officer be also attending Chestermere High School, and if yes, then to what capacity?
well, I know that it's kind of been okay with the city for us to use our members in Chestermere High School. If we were to get this new resource, it would also be your decision whether or not you want them extended out there, and what that capacity would look like. They would, I didn't include them in because it's not our jurisdiction. And if you wanted us to place them in there, if it was like a half a day or a day, that would really be up to you guys because it's out of the area. But hopefully we can get them in line before they get to the high school.
Subtle. Subtle.
Right, so-
That was subtle. Good. I like that. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the administration to Sergeant Klassen. I have a question because this one you said it's from the next school year.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, what exactly the RCMP is like? What step that they are taking to prevent the school with the youth to build the relationship?
So currently every school is assigned 2 different members as a point of contact. And like I said, now with this CPVS position, part of their component is working with the youth as well. So they will be attending the schools through to the remainder of the year end.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I get that for the Strathmore High School, which one is in it's called Chestermere High School.
Chestermere High School.
Strathmore has more officer than us, if according to their population and stuff. Did they ever send the officer to their high school when there is a call, or always?
Oh yeah, they do. No, they do. And like I said, because it's in their jurisdiction, they hold lead of the file. So we would be called an assisting unit. Although we do assist them, and although we do attend probably quicker than they do, they still hold the file and they would send their member. They also have an identified member that goes to the school as a contact point as well. They don't have a school resource officer, but every school still has a member assigned to them.
Okay.
Sorry, just on the Strathmore piece too, I think it's also important that the Strathmore detachment also patrols a much larger area.
Yeah.
Right? So we are one of the few municipalities in Alberta where the RCMP are pretty much just inside of our borders.
Yeah.
Whereas Strathmore also goes to Langdon, they would have Chestermere High School, they patrol parts of Rocky View. So when we talk about member complement, I think it's also important for us to acknowledge the size and scope of the area that RCMP Strathmore are responsible for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got another one?
That's all.
Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning through you and Mr. Edney to Staff Sergeant Klassen. Thank you for preparing all of this. This is really important information. A lot of my questions have already been asked and answered. I'm wondering if we had a youth liaison, and suppose they were at CMLS playing basketball with the kids and building relationships, and then a call came in at one of the other schools. Who would be responding to that call at another school?
So we would, because if a call for service comes in, it would come through like our radio. So any member on duty can respond to that. If it was at the school where that youth liaison officer is, they could attend as well after they get ready. If they're playing basketball in their uniform or not, or whatever.
Sweating.
Right. Yeah. And so anybody can respond to it. It wouldn't be just solely that you're the youth liaison officer, you need to go to the other school. So the response time would not change.
Response time would not change. But what I'm wondering, I suppose, is what is the priority of the youth liaison officer? Is it to be in the schools educating, building relationships, or is it to respond to calls?
So their priority would be to build relationships and educate. And we would obviously still have members on duty to do call for services.
Sure.
So,
And
now
I can see how that works. Yeah.
the part of it that I like is that the youth liaison officer will eventually develop relationships with people, with the students. They will know troubled youth. They will be able to see youth that are struggling. They can develop relationships with them and potentially be the first point of contact that youth will disclose something to. So in that event, that member could investigate that file then, if it were to be something that needed to be investigated,
Right.
instead of like calling and have somebody different come.
Right.
So they can still act as an investigating officer. And it would never be that they're out to the school and there's nobody else to take calls.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, that definitely makes sense. I suppose where my mind's going with this is whether there are additional models to consider. So, for example, if the primary priority is to be building relationships, to be a trusted adult, to be supervising at times when kids are feeling like they're unsupervised and unsafe and that kind of thing. Is there ever a model that has social workers or something like that filling a role like this instead of an officer? Is the component of being law enforcement, is that important? Does that elevate the feeling of safety? Is there additional training that comes with that? Those are some of my questions about the model.
Well, I know with the CPVS member that we have now identified, he's done youth liaison training. He's also done conflict management training, facilitating collaborative conversation training. So a lot of that components around how to dissolve or conflict between people. So, I mean, that would be applicable. They do have, I don't know if you would define them as a social worker at CLS.
Yeah, I got you. So this would be more of in addition to the wraparound supports that already exist within the school, right?
Yeah.
So when this model works really well is when the youth liaison officer, SRO, is in strong communication with administration, with the school counselors, with
Guidance
teachers,
counselors.
right? I have seen it work where administration will work with the SRO on who's going to have this conversation with this child, what's the best way to have this conversation, because sometimes a child will disclose something that's going on at home, and so maybe the officer isn't the best person to do that initial interview. They get somebody else. Well, then the officer is dealing with the parents because it's actually criminality with the parents. So I would say that it is an addition to the wraparound supports that already exist, and then it is bringing in an additional support. We already know from the meetings that we've had that there are lots of wraparound supports that are being utilized in both of our Catholic system and our public system. And so again, this would be in addition to a number of supports that the schools have already been implementing. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have one final comment that is somewhat related. As we think about preparing this motion, I liked the idea that Sergeant Clausen brought forward about also having a consecutive effort for our peace officers. So I'd like to, whether we need to do this formally, I'd be prepared to put a motion forward after this motion to make that a consideration for us as we finalize our budgeting for the subsequent school year, inclusive of both those positions.
So if I may, I believe, I could be wrong, I believe the motion coming out of this is just going to be except for information. Okay, and then moving forward, I would say, I support what you're saying completely. What I would say is hold on to that thought for when we get to the budget process and we start to have those conversations about where that could plug in. Okay. Okay, good. So if I may, I've got a few still. First of all, you talked about the fact that files purge after 2 years, some go away.
Yes.
So the numbers then from 2022 to 2023, then 23 to 24 could actually be misleading is the wrong word because right? It could have been a higher call volume because in 2022 to 2024, some of the ones could have gone.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. So the first column, they're lower than what they would have been.
Right.
So the
a
next
better
column-
sorry.
The next column should be fine.
Right.
Right.
So that it'd be a better comparable, if you will, because the public could see this graph
Yep.
and go 13 to 45 in a year, go, what?
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, why does it go from 45 to 29? So, but that's because there are,
Our file retention and our purging dates.
correct. Okay, good. Also, so the role of council is to approve funding for new officers, but council doesn't have a say in necessarily where those officers go. Is that
So-
correct? Can we just talk about that process just a little bit?
So obviously, it being a municipal agreement that we have no provincial component. So the municipality decides on all the funding that they put into the police. We place the members where they need to be placed. As far as I need general duty constables, I need general duty corporals. When the numbers get certain sizes, then I do different ranks, etc. When we have a discussion like this and we identify that the youth area portion of it, then it's I call a joint decision that we agree that this funding is meant for a youth liaison officer. We agree that this funding is for a community CPVS officer. Whatever the issue is, whether it be traffic or just to supplement our general duty lines. In this situation, we're telling you that we feel that this would be a beneficial position. If you guys support it, then that will be where the money goes. If in the future, we as a group decide that, you know what, we need to move a position over here, we can reallocate that and change those lines.
So in other words, then I guess it sounds like what we're doing is it's more of a collaborative decision making as to
Right.
how we want to approach policing within our community.
Yes.
Because you're coming and saying this would be a great addition to our law enforcement, and council would love your support on this through the funding of that. And then it's not like, oh, I got that one, but actually I decided I need this one, so I switch it. So it is more of a
Right.
collaborative policing
Yes.
model between the municipality and the RCMP.
But let's project 5 years. Say in 5 years, we don't need a youth liaison officer anymore.
Sure.
School system has changed, something's going on, magic is in the air. And we decide, you know what, we still like to have that position, but not as like that body, I should say, but not as a SRO. Let's move it over into, like, say, the traffic world.
Okay.
And make them a traffic officer. So we could do it like that.
Okay.
Right? So any position that we don't feel that we need anymore, then we can move them around to different job codes.
Right.
But that would not just happen because I make a decision in my office someday.
Okay. Awesome.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be a little unpopular with you for a second.
Okay,
If I may.
go for it.
I may upset you.
Oh.
I know.
She has decided.
So I'm doing, I know.
And it's loaded.
That's loaded.
Fully loaded. No safety.
So I am certainly on board with the idea that we should be at and we should be exploring ways to have better ratios of a one officer to X number of people, right? I believe our goal right now as a municipality is if we could be to 1 to 1,000, I believe would be a current agreed upon goal that we're looking at.
Right. That means you owe me.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So while you've taken the first shot, I'm going to take the second. To say that there's 900 students at CMLS, though, they're also included in the 28,000,
Correct.
right? So,
Touché.
right? So, in some ways, to utilize that as a, oh, look, it's 1
Yeah.
to 1,000, so that would work. Well, they're already in the first, so it's like,
but we're not meeting
similarly
the first.
to doing
We're
double-
not meeting the first.
right, fair. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
though, because I am sure somebody is going to be coming
No, I
back
agree.
with that question,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And then in your presentation, you also mentioned that there were some times with students that are unsupervised. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how internally for the work that you guys do, increasing patrols at those strategic times. So if we know that some of the less than intelligent decisions are being made, say at lunchtime or after school or in those unsupervised times, we know, for example, we have a number of high school students that love to come and park right across from City Hall and peel out and do donuts and make unwise decisions during lunchtime. How do I know this? Because I see them from my office. And so how do we go about, what is the plan then for at those strategic times, patrols in strategic places? How does that play out in your world?
So, I mean, all the members here know that start and end times of the school day and lunch hours are very important. Youth are very creative because when the police car goes by, unless they stop and pause there for the duration, they wait to do whatever they want to do after they drive by. So, I mean, right now it's just patrols that are being conducted and so forth. And if there's different areas other than the schools that are problematic, i.e. McDonald's at lunchtime, then we would either know about them or have to learn about them like we know about outside of here. We know about McDonald's. So
When do we, can you remind me, this just dawned on me as we're having this conversation. When do we update the strategic plan? You guys have a way fancier term for it.
annual performance plan,
Sorry?
the annual
Yeah,
performance
when
plan.
does it, when do we update that? Like, when
So,
does that come
end of
back to
March.
council? End of March again?
Yeah.
So in theory, is there a way that what we're talking about now
Mm-hmm.
could become a part of that? So that we could be maybe talking about, so because then it could be right in the plan that
The
we're
youth
talking
is
about
always a
strategic
part of it.
patrols. No, but sorry, I'm getting at that strategic patrol times or
Oh, okay.
youth are always talked about.
Yeah.
But I wonder too, is as we're building this, right? Because to Councilor Wars and Elsie's question earlier, we're certainly wanting to build like a bigger picture
Right.
of what we're doing, the bigger
Yeah.
picture story of what we're doing. And so is there a way that we could look at even having something like this incorporated within that plan that we will see end of March?
We could, but I find that hotspots change when they become less hot.
That's right.
So if we are going to focus on, say, McDonald's and the park, the kids will just move elsewhere. So then if we have that written down to focus on this area and this area between these peak times, give it a couple months and it's not going to be valid anymore.
That's fair.
So I think it's just to identify and to ensure that we are working where the problem is.
Right.
As a totality, globally, rather than specify certain areas and certain times.
Right. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to bring up, just I know that this was distributed to council. This was a public item. So CMLS at their parent meeting in January produced some numbers just specifically about their school that I thought were important to share. And I know that Staff Sergeant, you've seen this as well. Over 20% of the office referred behaviors occur during lunch. So 20% of when people are getting referred are happening at that lunchtime. 11% of all the office referred, easy for you to say, behaviors occur outside or off campus. 3.7% of students that have had an office referral more than 3 times. So only 3.7%. So that equates to 35 students in their student body of 941. This number is actually already out of date because they've already taken on more students. But really, we're talking about 3.7% of their population where this is happening right now. Safety concerns do make up 32% of their office referrals. And so I just wanted to thank CMLS for the data that they collected on this. I know that they have made this public and that they made this available to any of their parents that want to see it. But it was some great data that was collected by CMLS. One just kind of last check to see if council have any final questions. When does Constable Neufeld start in this new position? We don't know. Okay.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay.
Well, because I am looking for a replacement
Right.
before I pull him off the street. So he's already engaged in things. He's very excited.
And one other thing that you had mentioned, this is slightly off topic, but to administration, you had mentioned garbage between CMLS. Do we have an answer back if we have installed any of those new garbage cans yet that we're...
Oh.
So we had talked
Have.
about new garbage cans going in between CMLS and Circle K to hopefully address this. Do we know if that happened yet?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yeah, through yourself to Council, yes, it has happened. We've got some permanent ones as well as some temporary ones, from my understanding, that have
Oh, awesome.
put in along that entire route from the school all the way into the Circle K
That's great.
strip mall there. So
Awesome. Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. Any final questions from council? Great. Thank you. Can I have the motion, please, for this presentation? Sorry, council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the Chestermere Municipal Detachment Human Resourcing discussion for information.
Comments, questions? I just want to say thank you to Staff Sergeant Clausen for coming in and presenting this. And I am looking forward to the conversations that this council is going to be having as we look at the more holistic picture of what we're doing for youth safety, but also community safety overall. I'm looking forward to those ongoing conversations, and so thank you for the presentation. With that, we'll call for the vote.
And in the meeting on Friday, Constable Neufeld will be attending as well.
Constable Neufeld is attending on Friday. Great. Great, and that's carried. With that, we'll call for a quick 5-minute recess. Come back at 10:05. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Just coming out of our break here, and we are now moving on to item 7.1, which is bylaw 027-24, the ATCO Gas franchise agreement, presented by Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to Council, I'm here today to present a bylaw for third reading, bylaw number 27-24, the ATCO Gas franchise agreement renewal. So we've gone through two readings of this particular bylaw. The first was on October 22nd of 2024, and then the third reading was most recently on second reading, was on January 28th. 2025. We do have a deadline of February 20th, 2025 to have third reading done under the Affordable Utilities Act requirements. So I think we've had a couple of different discussions around this, most recently at our GAP meeting on February 4th. We answered a number of questions just around some questions that council had and some questions that came, I think, from the public a little bit too. So at this point, unless there's any discussion around this particular topic, I think we've talked about it quite a bit, and I would request that council give third and final reading to this bylaw.
Great, thank you. Mr. Edney, while you were away, we had a bit of a robust discussion in terms of process and our bylaw and things like that. So are you wanting me to open up the opportunity for a discussion first before putting that motion on the floor?
It's up to you. Is it discussion or debate, I guess?
Yeah, I would say just not debate. I guess it would be discussion. I guess then the question would be, before going into third and final reading, council, does anybody have anything that would be a material change to third and final reading? Well, there we go. So then, can I have the motion, please, for third and final reading for this bylaw? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 027-24, being the ATCO Gas franchise agreement bylaw.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have a comment about the agreement per se. It's more of an internal process. I think what we're doing here is fine, but I really want to hit home that we need to get this revenue out of our general coffers and into some other line item. I don't know which line item that is, but we need to make sure that when the rainy day comes, we are prepared. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
In the spirit of making commentary, again, I will support putting this forward. I just know that Mr. Edney has done a good job of bringing this to us and answered all of our questions, so we're prepared for third reading. I would just also like to make the comment that we review our annual franchise fees annually, which we know is in support of this bylaw. So I just want to remind everybody that we stay on top of that to support Councillor Grant's commentary on making sure that we manage our money so we reduce, so we spend it not only in a focused way, but also are responsible with our residents' franchise fees. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Great, with that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Yeah. Now moving to item 7.2, which is our bylaw 009-25, the Chelsea land use bylaw. Councillor Schindler, is that a hand up that you're?
God, no. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I let go of the paper and was...
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were frozen in time or what was happening there. Sorry. Sorry, I got distracted there. Chelsea Land Use Bylaw Amendment. No, this is being presented by our manager. Sorry, Infrastructure and Planning, Josh David, Planner 1.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision that Council approve amendments to the Chelsea Outline Plan dated February 2025 as amended as shown on Schedule A. I would like to note that the applicant, I believe, is here today, Ellie, from Stantec. The city has received an application seeking amendments to the outline plan as amended. The proposed amendments are a redesignation from residential semi-detached R2 to residential multi-unit R3, providing additional units of housing and a variety of products, as well as addressing current planning policy and market preferences. The application represents an opportunity for the community of Chelsea to accommodate a wide variety of housing forms within its central corridor along Chelsea Drive. The intention is to redesignate 5 blocks with the intention of creating street-oriented residential dwelling options by providing more flexible lot widths, which are allowed in the R3 designation. The requested outline plan amendment includes the following change. Modification to the outline plan to change 5 blocks of R2 residential semi-detached to R3 residential multi-unit. Revisions to the outline plan are identified in the red line version of the outline plan, and these changes are indicated on pages 1, 21, 55, 56, 61, 65, 66, and 67 in red. Attachment C is a clean version of the new outline plan, including all of the revisions identified in Attachment B. So on to the impacts. This proposed land use amendment should lead to the creation of more residential dwellings, increasing both the city's tax base along with servicing cost. Greater housing diversity could foster more inclusive communities, accommodating broader socioeconomic backgrounds and family sizes. Additionally, this area within the Joint Planning Area 2, as identified by the CMRB, is a key growth area. Ensuring alignment with adjacent communities will be crucial for regional planning. Overall, administration sees low risks associated with approving these amendments, and the specifics are attached there. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes, sorry, before I open up to questions, to our CAO, I am wondering if, from a process legislative standpoint, if what we could do right now is, would it be possible for us to accept this for information? Because I believe a lot of the conversations that are going to be coming actually have to do with the next president, have to do with 9.1, right? And so I'm just, I apologize, Josh. I wish I would have caught this before you started that presentation. And I know that we had talked about this at the beginning of the meeting as well. But before opening up the bylaw, I'm just wondering how we can do this, because I do know that there's going to be a lot of questions under item 9.1.
Yeah, so through yourself, Mr. Mayor, to Council, yes, that is something you can do. In Chestermere, our process is to approve the outline plan amendments prior to then changing anything with the land use. However, if you were to approve the outline plan today and then you felt like you didn't want to do something with the land use, it might create a little bit of an issue. So what you can do is defer the outline plan approval to the same time as you give third reading to the land use bylaw after the public hearing. So you're within your rights to, I guess, accept this for information and have it brought back when third reading comes back after the public hearing for the land use bylaw.
But that would
that make sense?
presuppose that we're opening it for first reading.
If you don't open it for first reading, then there's nothing to do with this outline plan amendment.
So if we don't open it for first reading, we can't even talk about 9.1?
What's that?
No.
This is the outline plan.
I understand that, but what I called for was 7.2, which was bylaw 009. Because in the order of our agenda, that's what I'm getting at.
We moved 9.1 ahead.
Perfect. Okay.
So that we could discuss the outline plan. So
Thank you.
procedurally, if right now council were to not approve the outline plan amendment, we would not go forward with the land use bylaw
Right.
request. If council
Sorry,
would like
I
to-
apologize. That's what I didn't make that change in my agenda, so I was
Okay.
following along. So we are doing 9.1 now.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. That's
No worries.
That's my mistake. Good. I see how I created all that confusion. Good job, Mr. Mayor. Well done. Pat on the back. Okay, so with that then, so I would like to open it up then. Yeah, Councillor Schindler, that's exactly what I'm getting at. You got to flip one more.
No, this is the same one. This is the one we're talking about.
Okay.
76.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I. Thank you, Councillor Schindler. Yeah, what I'm debating in my own head is what we're about to bring up. Is it going to be items of debate, or is it going to be general questions? It's probably items of debate, which means that we should probably open it up with the motion that council approve the amendments. Open it up with that motion, because then it opens up for debate. Because I believe the debate is going to be the questions, comments are going to be around whether or not we agree with doing that, and then it's going to become debate.
So I have.
Yeah, Councillor Schindler.
I have questions on logistics of the whole the change and design. So most of my questions deal with what it looks like, what's behind it, and what's around it, and sort of what the overall plan of the community is supposed to look like with this amendment.
Thank you. And to that, I believe that could constitute debate, right? Because it sounds to me, here's what I heard you say, is that depending on what the answers are to those questions could influence the way you're going to want to vote about approving the amendments.
I would suppose that any question I ask would, in any case, would change my vote here
Yes,
and there.
so
So
then
this is for me is just is information that I had questions when looking through the documentation. But again, if you want to open it up for debate, it's probably just as I don't know. Procedurally, it doesn't necessarily matter.
No, it procedurally always matters.
No, to do what you did, for me, procedurally, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so what I would suggest then, I'm going to suggest that we bring this motion forward, and then, sorry, Mr. Edney?
You can bring this motion forward. If you feel there's a different motion you would like to bring forward, you can also bring a different motion forward, too. Just putting that out there.
But then if we open it up and the debate starts to lead to that, we could also rescind that motion and go with a different motion.
Correct.
I just want to I think that this is what we're going to debate. I think we're going to debate whether or not we actually want to approve this.
Yes, I think you should have a motion and then.
Yeah, okay. So can I have a counselor make the recommended motion that's within our package, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following? Counselor Naran.
Thank you. Move that council approve the amendments to the Chelsea Outline Plan dated February 2025 as amended as shown on Schedule A.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to open it up here for comments and questions. Just from a procedural and an internal standpoint, we're going to be having a few different people responding to questions. I think if it's specific to this amendment, I think Josh is going to be handling a lot of those. And then I do know that there are some bigger item questions that are related to Chelsea in general, or how things were done, or which I do think relates to this amendment, which is why I do think that they're allowable. But I also think then that Catherine Doherty or Liz Armitage are going to be handling those questions. So just from a process standpoint, I think that that's how it's going to go, just so that council is all aware of that process. So with that, Councillor Schindler, why don't you take the first one?
I'm going to take the first questions, if you don't mind. I was looking through this plan, and I noticed there's some really great renderings and images all around, and so I'm wondering how this changes the look of that street when it seems like there's going, of course, more densification within R2 and R3. How will that impact the overall look of the area?
The renderings in the outline plan would just be like conceptual for the most part. So like this is just a land use stage. The actual like building forms, they would come later at the development permit stage.
Right.
So the intention is to have like semi-detached dwellings along this road. So that is the applicant's intention.
Have they indicated, sorry to interrupt, through the chair to you, I apologize for the decorum. Did they come with any sort of indication as to what kind of housing would be put there? Because R3 seems like a very broad scope.
Yeah, so there's multiple housing types allowed within R3. So the intention is to have like semi-detached dwellings there. So like side by sides, which would be allowed in both R2 and R3. The reason for the change, R3 allows for a slightly narrower lot width, which would allow more units to be put in there, as well as the setbacks are slightly different, so they could be closer to the road if there was not a front garage.
And just a follow up to that, does changing it to an R3 also allow for taller buildings, stacked apartments or things like that?
Yeah, stacked townhouses are allowed in R2 and R3.
Okay.
There would be slightly higher in R3. I'll just confirm with the bylaw here. So for an R2 zoning, the max building height would be 2 stories, not to exceed 12 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And for R3, is also 2 stories, not to exceed 12 meters. Yeah, so it looks like the max height would not be changing, but the lot coverage, as well as the side yard setbacks, could change, as well as the lot, like the overall lot widths, which would be the main change here.
Okay.
So R2 allows for 20 meter wide semi-detached lots, where R3 would allow for 15 meter wide.
Okay.
So just slightly narrower lots, but the actual heights of the units would stay the same.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass that on.
Ms. Haverdash?
If I may, what I do want to add is that the applicant has indicated an interest in building these, but it is important that council understand with any of these applications at an outline plan stage that it opens it up to the entire district. And I think that that's, there's no guarantee that any applicant is going to come in and they're going to say to us at this stage, yeah, I'm looking at doing this. They could change their mind and build anything that is within that list, as long as it meets the land use requirements. So they can't change a use, they can't add a use. So for example, in R3, they can't add a 4-story apartment building. That's not allowed. The only individuals in Alberta legislation that can add a use to a land use district is council. So even if there's an appeal and it goes to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, that board cannot change use. Administration cannot change use. Only council has that right. So that list that's in the bylaw, when you do a land use bylaw amendment, opens it up to whatever is in that list. We know the applicant. We are fairly confident they're going to proceed with what they have talked about doing, but it is important that as you make a decision, you understand that that list is there, and anything on that list could potentially be there.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through worship, to staff. So one of the significant, of course, differences from R2 to R3 are, of course, the setbacks and, of course, more units. So it would be also safe to say that then more units would equate more cars on the streets and fewer street parkings. Which, and I see, you're nodding, because that's, I think, a major concern for me, given what we're seeing in the city, the increase in secondary suites. So just something, I guess, for rest of council to consider as well. Thank you.
And then I will just add, I did misspoke. I said that townhouses were allowed in R2. That's not the case. They're allowed in R3. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Sam.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you. Are you aware of how many of the lots in these R1s around this area have already been sold?
I'm not aware, but I can get that information for you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mayor. So my question revolves around the offsite levy component of higher density. So in general, does higher density mean more offsite levies for the city?
Might defer that to Liz or Kate.
Good morning, Catherine Doherty, Manager of Infrastructure and Planning. No, the offsite levies are calculated based off of areas, like area itself, hectares.
Thank you. That was my understanding as well. Mayor, can I have a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sorry, I almost interrupted. Sorry.
So another issue we've been talking about a lot is the percentages of commercial property within certain areas. And did some quick math, and it seems like this area is under 5%, which is on par with the rest of our city, which we do not accept. So I'm wondering, at what point are we actually going to start addressing these densities and making sure that they are going into these developments? Are we too late on this one, or what's the situation?
Ms. Haberdish?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, there was a lot there. Basically, I'm asking, how are we making sure there's more commercial property in these areas, and is it too late to intensify the commercial offering in this land piece?
So right now, the applicant can build R2 with the right of the everything that is there today. So at this point, I would suggest in this community, it is pretty late to look at that. That said, can always have that conversation. For example, you're looking at R3. Is there any way that we can have additional commercial added into the community in some way, shape, or form? There's nothing that prohibits us from having that conversation. We just don't have a lot of force to make that happen at this stage.
I would suggest that if somebody's coming to increase the amount of homes they're going to be able to sell, that there needs to be a trade-off in that conversation. That it's not just we're going to make more money selling houses, that, okay, we want to make more money selling houses, and here's the incentive for the city. That's just a comment.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in relation to comments that were made earlier about how something is approved, there's a conceptual plan, there's things that's done. I'm wondering, Ledge Services, can we bring up in our agendas, it's page 139 of our agenda. Just give them a second. Councillor Sambal, I see your hand. I'll come to you right after this. I'm sorry? Yeah, but I just want them to bring it up on the screen.
Which page?
Page 139 of our agenda. It's page 52 of the outline plan, but page 139 of our agenda. That's the one. Okay, so I'm looking at specifically, so there was a comment that was made that once something is approved and zoning is approved, that what the conceptual thing that is done and then what comes about, and Josh, I am sure this one's going to be going to either Kate or to Liz. Once something is approved as opposed to once something is done, that there could be a difference in those things. Is that what we were suggesting before?
The zoning, once you approve zoning,
Yeah.
or land use designations, technically zoning doesn't exist in Alberta legislation, but we use it all the time.
Yeah.
Once you approve that, it opens it up to the list of items that are in the land use bylaw.
Yep.
Permitted, you can do by right, discretionary, by right if you meet all the conditions and setbacks, et cetera, et cetera. The discretionary, you have the potential to have the ability to do. And we go through that process so that once it's discretionary, so a variance makes it discretionary, or if it's on that list, neighbors are notified and have the opportunity to appeal administratively through that process.
But a conceptual plan that council has shown that they make their decision on isn't necessarily what gets built.
So looking at the image up here, are you, to rephrase the question,
Yeah.
are you
So the
saying,
bottom-
will we see that built?
I'm gonna walk over here.
If I may,
There's no guarantee you're going to have that exact layout. It's meant to
Right.
be a example of what could be.
So can I show you my concern?
100%.
My concern, and this is not necessarily that I'm saying that this is what's going to happen. So, to be fair to our presenters who are here in the room, I am not saying that this is what there is an intention of or anything like that. This is more for an understanding of council because this is the first time we've had something come like this. We had a presentation last week, and so I want to caveat all of my statement with what I'm about to demonstrate with that statement. Please, I am not making any kind of defamatory statements about anybody. I just want to show what can happen from a conceptual plan to then what is actually built. Okay, does that make sense? So this was the conceptual plan that we were shown. What this demonstrates is that there are two large U-shaped buildings with green space in between and the road network that we see in behind the two large U-shaped buildings that are in brown. Beside that this is the proposed, not yet completed, commercial area that Councillor Grant, you were asking about the commercial area. So the red buildings would be the commercial area with the commercial parking lots. There are some road concerns that are still being worked on. That would be to the right, farthest to the page here, as to some of that work needs to be completed before this commercial moves forward. So that's what this was the conceptual plan. Can I share my screen now? So council, we know that this is one of the things we hear a lot about. This is what was built. So, in my opinion, what was in the conceptual plan and what ended up being built are materially different. They're not different from a planner, from the world you guys live in, planner, that we get the thing, it comes in, we rezone, we do those things. What I'm saying is the possibility of what would have been along Chestermere Boulevard, what council would have approved based on the conceptual plan that they had, and then what was built, because this field area that is, can everybody, will they be able to see my mouse moving on this on screen? Okay. This is the commercial area right here. Right, so Kate, if you can help me out, this is where the road in question that we'll have to go in is going, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good, thank you. So this is where that road goes in. Ooh, I'm no good at this. Completing that road will help with this commercial area, those sorts of things. My concern is, as we're doing these things as a council, this is a development that we have all heard a lot about as a council. This is my opinion. I am not speaking on behalf of the city of Chestermere. In my opinion, people would have been more okay with the two browns buildings that were in the conceptual plan, given the green space to 17th Avenue. There's further distances to 17th Avenue than what ended up actually getting built. So my question to administration is there anything that council is able to do that from this to this, because we may even have a council that was a part of like this part, right? When I approve this, I want to go, that's the thing I approved, not that. How does council address that disconnect?
I think you have a great opportunity before you in a different avenue, but also potentially in this avenue. Every area structure plan, outline plan, even MDP has conceptual images because they're talking about future. We don't have a crystal ball that tells us exactly what's going to happen. So when we're designing these documents, they very much are intended to be conceptual. possibly that wasn't articulated at the time. Possibly planners forget that needs to be articulated, but it is conceptual. There is no guarantee that that's what it'll look like, but it's meant to give you an idea of what the community will look like. But what we have here is you guys passed a motion the last meeting, I think, in regards to the municipal development plan. We have a document that's open before us right now where I would suggest, and I believe we have a workshop coming up, where this needs to be an absolute critical item. It's become clear to me from what I'm hearing from council that this is something that you guys are very passionate about, rightfully so, in my opinion, that we need to make sure the MDP lays out requirements and policies that state this interface needs to be addressed. And where different densities are going to abut each other, that might mean that we need to do amendments to our land use bylaw to increase the tree coverage or other elements that help that design. The other thing that could come out of this is that if this is something for this application before you right now, is actually adding some clauses into the outline plan about ensuring that that interface is there, which then means when a development permit comes in, we have to look at all of our documents in front of us. So one of the things we could do is add in the policies into this outline plan to increase tree coverage and buffering between them and ensure that is addressed at the development permit stage. And since we're also opening the land use bylaw, we could add in some clauses in the landscaping section in regards to also ensuring that buffering is done in a more appropriate way. I look at the example we had a week ago. Now, not everybody in the room necessarily saw that, but large, tall trees make a huge difference. I know I've personally put them in my own backyard between my neighbor's house and mine because, well, I won't go there. This is public. But similar concerns that those residents have, and putting those in has completely changed that interface. And so I think for me, it's important that we look at how we can do that in policy documents and even in the land use bylaw. And those are options to consider.
Well, and thank you, because I don't want to put words in her mouth. I think this is where Councillor Sambo was going with her one question that she asked there about, well, how many people have already purchased a home near there and have an expectation of that's what's going in behind, around, near me. And then if this changes, does that change the expectation of the home purchase I just made? And so that's why, again, this is kind of one of the first stabs that we've had, if you will, as a council at looking at these things. And I think that we are a council that has been fairly clear that as we approach these decisions, we want to be also looking at the micro and the macro of this. What is the macro picture of what this means for the community around? What does this mean for traffic? What does this mean for if I've already bought a house there and I'm going there? What does that mean if we approve this and then there's a conceptual plan, but then this is the thing that gets built? And then how does that impact other things? I'm reminded of other things, i.e. our emergency services, right? If that changes and now we do this, how does that impact all of those things, right? So I think this council is looking both micro and macro, which I think is great, and I think that's where this line of questioning is coming from. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually a question to administration from administration, but probably something that council would be interested in the answer. So we're talking about the outline plan amendment in front of us of going from R2 to R3, and I think it's a different makeup than what we're seeing on the screen with the U-shaped versus what actually got built there. My question, I think, probably to Ms. Armitage is, at what stage of the process could we, and here's the other question, can we, if somebody comes in with a different design than the U-shape, actually say to them, no, you had a concept that said U-shape, you shall build that? My understanding under law is we don't actually have that granular of detail to be able to even do that. So while we would like them to follow that, is there anything we could have done at the time to say, no, you shall actually construct that, not what you're proposing?
No. At the time of a development permit application, we have to look at whatever is put before us for compliance with the land use bylaw. So the recommendation, if this, for as an example, if this one has caused concerns, the comment could be for future outline plans, don't give us any graphics that show anything because we don't want to be held to something. That will also cause you concerns because you're going to say, well, what could this look like? And we're going to go, well, we can't show you that because could isn't interpreted the same way, right? So it's a double-edged sword of if you want to see ideas of what this could look like versus if you want to see exact. Because what happens at the outline plan stage and area structure plan stages is that oftentimes the landowner even changes. As development happens, builders buy lots and do buildings. And so nobody's bound to that. And that's not a unique thing to the city of Chestermere. That's across the board. That these are intended to be conceptual. What matters is your policies. What matters is your policies through the MDP, your ASP, your outline plan, then your land use bylaw. And so easier to make some of those changes right now. Just one, the MDP is open. That won't impact this application.
Right.
You have to evaluate the application in front of you based on the bylaw in place at the time of application, unless the applicant chooses to agree to do the other one. Based on timelines, this applicant would miss their construction season waiting for the MDP. So I'm going to go on a limb and say I don't think that that's realistic. But in terms of adding a clause to the outline plan, a couple of clauses about interface to the outline plan, now's an opportunity to do that. And then as well, adding buffering and additional landscaping between densities to the land use bylaw. We're opening the land use bylaw right now in the next item you're going to hear. And that's something we could easily come back with as an amendment to add that, I don't know, we have to wordsmith it, but essentially something about landscaping criteria and buffering criteria between densities has to be increased either to the satisfaction of the development authority, or you could put in a number of trees and precise elements, but that could be hard. Anyways, I'm thinking out loud. I put my planner hat on there really, really strongly. There are some potential solutions that we could do that would help for future applications. That doesn't address the ones that are existing today. And I think Kent has another question now.
Yeah, I think before Mr. Edney, we have Councillor Sambo also wanted to speak. I think to Mr. Edney, I really appreciated your question from administration to administration, because I think also it's important that we do have a public education piece around this, because I know sometimes we feel like we're speaking in a vacuum in here, but I think it's important for us to always remember we're essentially talking to 28,129 every time we do one of these. And so I think that public education piece is really important because of, and also I think it's good because then it gives us as council, when we're out in the community and people are asking us those questions, it arms us with that proper information. So I appreciate that question. Should I go Mr. Edney and then Councillor Sambo, or Councillor Sambo and then Councillor Sambo? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love the idea of including more provisions for landscaping, and something I've brought up a few different times is I think that there should be high minimums of green space or recreation space for R4. I also think that we should review what the designations are in these zones, because, for example, in R4, the difference between a townhome and a 3 or 4 story building is significant. So there's a whole bunch of work we have to do on that 100% outside of the context of this presentation. Question that I have for this presentation through you as the chair and through to administration. What has changed? So the application or the applicant has brought forward this request for a change, and what has materially changed for them since the original approval? Why is this coming forward?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sambo, to yourself and the rest of council. I actually had a discussion with Anthem Properties about this particular concept, and what has changed for them is it's their belief that in order to offer a more reasonably priced housing product that still allows people to get into something like a townhome or a duplex, the narrower lots is what the key is. So I think Josh talked about it. In R2, it's 20 meters for a duplex lot. In R3, it's 15 meters. So you quickly do the math in the same length, they can add in, as they mentioned, 30 more units in here. And by adding 30 more units in where they've paid already one offsite levy fee, they've built one road, they've put one sewer system in theory, those prices can now be, or those homes can be now more affordable. And that's their driver for this particular change. I just happen to know about it over a lunch conversation. So that's their driver of this particular one. And I think why I had my hand up earlier too was I think it's important to understand what is the problem we want to try to solve. Respectfully, I don't think more landscaping in this particular thing is the answer. The issue is parking. The issue is there's just more people now in that same zone. So what do those people do? Again, they use more services, they take up more space. So I think it's a different problem that putting a few more trees isn't materially going to change. If I live in the R1, backing onto this, I don't now see a 4-story building. I still see the same height building. I just see more of them. So again, what is the question in this particular thing that you want to address? I think is going to be important for council. Now, the larger comments around should we have different specifications for the different zones like your R4, I think is a worthwhile topic. And I think where I was going with my earlier question too is once we zone something, for example, R1, we can't tell Trico Homes, you have to build houses that look like this, right? We just say you have to build only a single detached house on that lot. So we can't get into the legislation to say your houses shall look like this. That's up to them to decide what they look like. So it's a long, complicated answer to a short question.
A follow-up,
Councillor
please.
Sambo.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment back on that. I anticipated that would be the answer. That seems to make a lot of business sense. You know, I used to work in sales. I get it. However, that does not constitute a material change from the original time that this was approved. And I have great trust in our building community to be able to think about these kinds of things up front.
Do you want to respond directly to that comment? Okay. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter, I have only one very simple question. Is this the application for R3 zoning? There is close by R1 zoning houses is there? Yes or no? That's all I need.
I believe directly touching it is R1 PRL. Are we able to bring up the map again? Are we able to just zoom in on that one a little bit, just on the bottom section? Just the bottom portion.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like R1 PRL would be touching the R3, and that'd be a slightly higher density than a normal R1 zoning.
So it's seems like it's the same issue like I had it at Dawson Harbor Height. Looks like
No, I see. Kate, do you want to respond to that one? Catherine, do you want to respond to that one?
Yes, Councillor Randhawa, it would not be the same situation because apartment buildings are not allowed in R3. So the largest, Josh has these in front of us, under our land use bylaw, the largest dwelling that would be permitted under R3 is townhouses or stacked townhouses. So that is not include large story apartment buildings, multi-story apartment buildings. And Josh mentioned earlier, the building height maximum between R2 and R3 is the same.
What's just for clarity for public, what's the difference between townhouses and stacked townhouses?
Townhouses are like side by side. Where stacked, there'll be a unit on top and a unit on the bottom.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Kenny. So one, I have to follow up a question with that. So, because if there is more population, it's always in Chelsea and Dawson, that area, and we have always in that area, we have limited school for the public to move in. There is kids and stuff too, right? That is another concern. The parking is concern for sure, and for the public to put to kids to go to school and stuff is also because we don't have very many school. We have only school according to the structure, and where it's not high density, we still have a school there. Maybe those school who close by, obviously parents wants to send their kids to closer by school, so those school might be impact and full rather than other school in Chestermere. So that is the other concern, and the parking too. So thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Schindler?
It's fairly interesting commentary here. I bring up things. It brings up things in my head about densification and how the argument that we can build cheaper homes if we have more density. It doesn't necessarily stick with me, because we can also build smaller homes on bigger lots and create more green spaces. I've noticed a trend to fill in as much as we can with buildings in our lands, as opposed to providing lawns and places to play and work. That said, I want to understand the difference between the R1 PFD, the R1 PRLs, and the just those two.
So R1 PRL just stands for R1 rear lane. So those would have garages facing like a back alley.
Okay.
R1 PFD is R1 front drive.
Front drive.
So they would have like typically a driveway with a garage in the front of the home.
No lanes. Oh, okay.
So that's what separates those. And the R1 PRL zoning, I believe, would be slightly narrower as well.
Right. Okay. I yield back.
Councillor Grant?
Just listening to some of the commentary, I want to make sure that council is careful about putting added requirements onto these developers when it comes to landscaping, because rest assured, the developer is not paying that cost. The homeowner buying that house will pay that cost at the end of the day. So I think that's something to be cognizant of, that you're going to pay for it one way or another. So I think we need to be careful about making it mandatory. I would suggest that what we're trying to solve would largely be accommodated through phased in density, where you don't have an R1 adjacent to an R4, and you almost need to phase down or up the system, whatever way you're going, so that you have not such a large jump where we have large single family homes against apartments. So I think if that was a requirement in the MDP, that would be, and it's easier to say that than do that when you're looking at a big land use and you're plotting homes in. But I think it would solve a lot of the issues that we're trying to find alternative solutions for. And I think it's more of a simple solution that should resolve a lot of that conflict. If you're buying an R3 and there's an R4 beside you, I mean, you kind of understand that's the density you live in. So I just want to bring that up and kind of make that point. And I would also, while I have the mic, I'd also like to point out that there are R1 properties adjacent to R4 properties in here already. And I am concerned that we are going to hear the same complaints from residents that we're already hearing. So I understand we're too late, but I think through that simple task of phasing in, that a lot of these issues can be resolved.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to make a comment that I've learned a lot since being elected into this seat, and I understand better now why it is valuable for municipalities to have density to a certain extent, about cost savings, access, walkability, things like that. The issue that I really have is with the bait and switch. If we can't plan our communities at the outset, we should not be selling homes and then rezoning areas immediately beside it, because we hear about this constantly. So if we were designing a new outline plan for a different community and it had R4 beside R1, and for whatever reason, there was a buffer, maybe some greenery, we decided that was good, and then houses were sold with that understanding, that would be ethical. The bait and switch is not ethical. And when I was campaigning, one of the most common things that I heard is that we were sold a Chestermere that doesn't exist. Literally sold a Chestermere that doesn't exist. I'm not okay with being part of that. I feel very strongly about this one in particular. I think you know where I stand.
Ms. Habertosh?
I think it is really important to recognize that those that are selling homes are not bound by any legislation that I am aware of to accurately depict what your neighbor will be. That is, unfortunately, a buyer beware scenario. It is also very important to realize that every area structure plan, every outline plan has amendments throughout the life of the plan. They are typically developed over a span of, Chestermere is quicker than many, but these ASPs were approved 2015-ish, and the market changes a lot in 10 years. And so it is very, very standard. And I would suggest happens in every single community across North America that these planning documents are amended through the life of the community that is being developed. And so as development happens, the developers learn what works, what's not selling. They hear from the community on what they want versus what they don't. They see that. They're intimately aware of that just in their show homes when people come in. And in their communities that they're selling across the province and even across the country. So when we look at these documents, it is expected in industry that they will change, that they will come forward for amendments. Doesn't mean it has to be approved, but you're going to see more of these, whether or not it's this one or a different developer. And I think that it's important that we also realize that point about those who are selling homes are not bound by any of this. They do not need to tell somebody, they do not have a requirement in their industry that they must say, oh, that field behind you, it's actually going to eventually be more homes. So what's being sold to people is out of our control. And it is something that in my industry, I hear all the time, well, I was told when I bought my place, this would always be this. No one can make that promise. Council can change any one of these at any time through the legislated process that allows people to come out and voice their concern. And so typically developers bring forward amendments to outline plans prior to neighbors in place so that they aren't dealing with neighbors being upset because there's no one living there yet. That doesn't always happen, but that is a more typical approach. But I think what I'm getting at is that my point here is that sales pitch is not held to the same standard as what our community and what our staff would be saying if people came in and said, well, what's the plan for this? Walk me through that. Help me understand it. And it's a common frustration.
Ms. Doherty?
Thank you. I just want to build on what Liz just mentioned here because I think it's a really important part and she actually articulated it beautifully before and I'm going to stumble and try again to say it again for emphasis. But where this can be really powerful is in that MDP and in our policies. Instead of looking at that other conceptual drawing and saying we should have had a U-shaped building, really depict those images and say, what about that do we like? What about that matters to our community? So it shouldn't matter if it's a U or a T or an X, like that part's irrelevant, but it's really looking at fundamentally what aspects of that do we want to see in our community, what buffers from roads, what buffers between density types, and putting that into policy, because that then enables the team on our end to ensure that the planning documents work with that intention. So instead of being so hung up on, well, the townhouse had blue siding on the outline plan and now they're going to green, really focusing on, no, we want this walkability or we want these types of networks, and these things are really critical because putting it into the policy lets us do something about it.
So, A quote of mine, not nearly as famous as the quotes that my colleague to my left always remembers, which I always admire his ability to pull quotes out for everything. But a quote of mine is, I think it's important that you can control what you can control. And so to Councillor Samble's point, and I support much of what she is talking about, is that councils can only control what they can control. And so to your point, Ms. Armitage, I also agree with you that we can't control these other things. And so overall, I just think it's important that council understand what it can control what you can control. I think that this council and this administration have demonstrated this, for example, with school sites. And once we have really focused on the things that we can control, look how quickly this council and administration have moved on school sites. Because all we focused on was what we can control. We didn't focus on any of the other noise. We focused on what we can control. And so that's why I guess within this one, I'm wondering, I know that it was outlined a little bit, but with the motion that is on the floor about council approve amendments to the Chelsea Outline Plan dated February 2025 as amended as shown in Schedule A, I'm wondering if administration could specifically, you may have done this a little bit already, but can you once again please outline the positives for doing this and the risks. What are the risks in doing this? And then council, if you have any questions about either the positives or risks that you see, then I would invite you to share your risks as well before moving to a vote.
All right. So I think building upon what Liz had mentioned earlier, we expect outline plan amendments to come. We expect these things as the market changes and the market adopts. So Mr. Edney alluded to it as well. He's talked to Anthem about their intention with this site, and it's reflective of what the market looks like, because that is what they're seeing is selling, and that is what they're seeing is being successful for this community to be built out. So on the flip side of that, if that's what they're seeing being sold and we don't go forward with the amendment, you have the risk of that remaining vacant. You could have this, like, think about in our community right now across from Rainbow Creek Elementary School, there is a vacant lot there. It has been vacant. I've been a resident since 2018. It's been vacant since then. We don't know when that's going to be developed. So if we don't look at these applications and think about them holistically, you also have a risk of stagnating the land. The risk to council of if we approve this R3 amendment and we're being informed that the intention is just to maintain duplexes, but they'll be slightly smaller, or there'll be more duplexes along that road than there were before. Well, the risk to that then is that the next application, this one could be shelved and the next application could be stacked townhouses. And that's a lot different than more duplexes along this road. However, it is still a permitted use. So there are risks to both sides of this. But we have looked at the application and considering, I can understand that with the outline plan as a whole and with the new developments in the city that there are a lot of concerns and there are a lot of things that need to be addressed and a lot of lessons learned. When we look at this at that micro level, administration views this risk as very low.
Great, thank you. Ms. Armitage?
I think as well, given where we're at in the processing of everything right now, I'm trying to open a document. You know what? Can Kent go first? Because then I can get this open and be able to make my comment educatedly.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to hit on a couple of the benefits and a couple of the risks, I'm putting my true administrative hat on here at this point. One bonus, I would suspect, of more residences would be an increase to our property tax assessment, property tax base. That's a benefit for the city. Whether that's an important benefit or not, that's a different thing that's up for debate. But I think the one thing I would look at, having come from the private sector, is there's a material difference between the R1 to the R4 that we saw last week and an R2 to an R3. And the perception of what it says to the development industry, if they come after years of developing, want to make what they perceive as a minor change, and council says no, what message do we start sending to the developers about being able to effectively develop in the city of Chestermere? Are they going to be concerned that as they try to go through this process and markets change, markets adapt, people want to buy these? We hear a lot, and I'm just speaking kind of because they're not here, the people don't like this, but yet people keep buying it. People keep moving into it, and it sells. That's why they're doing this. So my suggestion may be that at this stage would be to go on to the next one and have some of that public engagement, perhaps get Anthem in here to talk about exactly what their intention is with this and how they can address some of your concerns as well. I'm not saying I favor one way or the other, just I see that potentially as the biggest risk to the city, larger wise, development wise, that small amendments from their perspective now are going to start to be blocked by council.
Why would they have or want or have a why would there be a need for them to come back and do a presentation if we approve the amendment today?
There wouldn't be.
Right.
I'm talking in the, if you're not interested in moving forward this,
Yeah.
it might be good to get their input.
So I just want to clarify that because I think that's really key. If we vote yes on this and you're saying, oh, then they could come. Well, why?
No, they're,
It's already done.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because I think right now, again, we're saying a lot of what we expect from the developer. I'm passing on something I heard at a lunch before Christmas. So again, if it was going to be a no, might be worth hearing from their side what they see is changing in the market and why the need for this.
Ms. Armitage?
Right, I now have my map in front of me. When I have been able to confirm with the planning group upstairs that at this point in time, we have not received any subdivision applications for lands directly adjacent to this area. So there are no neighbors that have purchased lots. Those lands are still owned by the developer. So there is nobody who is going to be finding out that, oh, I was promised one thing and it's changed. That will not occur here since the landowner is still Anthem. And I see nods over there, so they're in agreement with me. So I think that's a very important point here. And then the second comment I would make is that similar to what Kent was saying and Kate in regards to the risks of this one, in my professional opinion, this is a very minor amendment. It is not going to an R4. It is going from an R2 to an R3 in an area with no neighbors that have purchased lots yet. Listening to this conversation today, I would recommend that this item not be approved today, but rather hold your public hearing for the next item, get your public input, and then make that decision at that time on both items. And then you're not going to feel trapped that you've already decided this. It is common practice that your outline plan is approved before your LUA. However, common practice doesn't mean that that's what's needed to be done. There's nothing legislated about this. So I would hear what the community has to say. That's the point of a public hearing on the land use. So you're waiting for that.
So you could vote no on this, then we could vote yes on opening up the bylaw, and that would trigger the public hearing.
I wouldn't vote no necessarily. I would vote to bring it back.
So we'd have to take the motion that's currently on the table off the table.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Sambo, I saw your head. Was your question directly to a comment? Because Councillor Grant had his hand up first. Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. And I just want to suggest that I don't believe Chestermere is short on any one housing type. With the amount of developments we have open, the housing types in this community are numerous. If anything, I would say the housing type we're probably shortest on is R2, ironically enough. So I would say that it's not necessarily the type of house that's built that will affect the sale of it. It's the price point of it at the end of the day. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my question through you that came to mind, are you aware of any other applications in Chelsea for redesignation rezoning that are intended to come forward?
I never have that crystal ball. I could get an application for anything tomorrow, but I see heads shaking over there saying, no, they're not looking at doing anything right now.
Okay, that's useful information because I wanted to make one additional comment, which was knowing that these R1s are not currently sold. That is good. Also, I do really appreciate the opportunity to do public input. That was why Mayor Dean, I was asking you before the council meeting about the appropriateness of discussing this before the bylaw conversation. I had another comment and it left me. I'm good.
Okay, so looking at options that are ahead of us, Councillor Ryan is the one who made the motion that we currently have on the floor. An idea has been suggested that we could table this motion, and then so we could either withdraw this motion or we could table this motion, or we could vote on the motion. So those would be our three options right now. Our three options right now would be we could vote on this one right now. Voting on it then we're saying yes or no. Two, we could withdraw the motion and then make a motion to table this entire item. Or three, someone can make a motion to table this particular motion, which would then give us an opportunity to hear the bylaw, which would then give us the opportunity to hear first reading, and then call for that public hearing. My suggestion, based on everything that's been heard from administration, based on the fact that this has to come back anyway, based on the fact I don't see the motion changing materially after the public hearing. I think we're still going to yes, no after public hearing and things like that. My motion would be to have a councillor make a motion to table the motion that is currently on the floor. Yes?
Yeah, through the chair, that's what I would recommend. Just making sure that in our motion to table, we put a date on it as to coincide with when the bylaw comes back.
Okay. So, council, that would be my suggestion, that we table this and then move it forward so that it can go to the first reading and open up for public input. So, can I have a councillor make a motion to table the main motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Do we have recommended wording on this one?
Yeah, it would be make a motion to table. What's the motion number for this motion right now?
If we could pull that
Can
up.
we bring it up? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh. Oh, you had it. There we go. And bring back when?
Table,
Table the motion.
okay, if I can help wordsmith, table the motion. I like your wording better, Mr. Mayor, of table motion number whatever until I'll go talk to Vanessa here.
So what's the motion number on this one?
That looks ready.
Mr. Hardney, are you good with that? Okay, yeah.
Right, thank you, Your Worship. I move that council table motion number 250211-05 until March 11th, 2025.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Before we go on to our next item, I'm going to ask that we take a break and we will come back at 11:25. Thanks, everybody. Good morning again, everyone. Coming out of our break here, we are now going to be moving to item 7.2. Right, everybody? That's what we're doing now. Now 7.2 because the mayor got himself sorted out now. Item 7.2, which is bylaw 009-25, the Chelsea Land Use Bylaw Amendment, presented by Catherine Doherty and Josh David.
Thank you. Hello again, Mayor and Council. We'll keep this one a little on the shorter side. So just given the previous discussion, administration is recommending the following motions. Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as shown on attachment C of bylaw 009-25. And then motion that council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw 009 for March 11th, 2025.
Great, thank you. So to administration, what we're doing here then is we've already had the debate about, we've had lots of debate about this. We have tabled a motion. So simply all this will do is give us first reading, which will give us opportunity to trigger the public hearing, which will then provide that opportunity for public to come back at March 11th for us to be able to have that feedback that we were speaking about in the last debate.
That's correct.
Perfect. So then, should be fairly straightforward here. If I could have the first motion on the screen, please. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw number 020-24 as amended, as shown on attachment C of bylaw 009-25.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to last commentary on the previous discussion that we've had, I just want to add that if we bring this to public hearing, what's important that what I'm hearing from residents is density is certainly a problem, and I know that this may be low risk in the eyes of administration. The bigger picture is that fits what the puzzle pieces of density is our infrastructure and schools. So if this does get brought to public hearing, it would be very important for residents to understand the long-term plans in regards to infrastructure in schools, because if we're planning on increasing density, you can be sure that the public will pretty much say no to any increased density without any additional infrastructure and having the ability to get into schools. If you do the quick math, chatting with a resident as of about 10 minutes ago, we have 40 more places with an average density of 1.3 students per household. That's an extra 50 kids, which we do not have a high school for. So when we bring this to public hearing, if this motion is carried, let's make sure we bring the entire picture to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you for that commentary. Any other questions, comments with regards to the motion? Thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Can I have the second motion on the screen, please? And can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the scheduling for public hearing for bylaw number 009-25, being the Chelsea Land Use Amendment R-2 to R3 for March 11, 2025.
Thank you. Just for clarification on public hearings, to administration, if you could please just remind our public, participation in a public hearing can happen in a couple of different ways, not just showing up on that day. So can, I don't know if I'm going to throw this to our, well, I'll throw it to our CAO and then he throws it to staff. To our CAO, if we could just have a couple of comments of commentary from administration as to ways that the public can participate in this public hearing.
We have a standard notice we send out for public hearings. However, while it is a standard notice, I will make the commitment that we will review it. We will work with Ledge Services and make sure that it covers off what needs to be there both legislatively and anything that the City of Chestermere deems needs to be there as well. We will use it as a standard template just for ease of making sure everything's there going forward, but we will do that review because we have the time to do that.
But I mean, actually have public participate. So they can come on that day.
They can send written responses as well. That will all be included. Vanessa and I will work together on this to make sure that it meets both of our expectations and legislative requirements.
Yes, thank you. What I was wanting to clarify is feedback sometimes that we receive about public hearings is that, oh, it's during the day and I work, so I'm not able to participate. So I think I just wanted to make sure that it was highlighted that people can actually also participate in the public hearing through a written response format. Thank you. Ms. Armitage?
There's nothing that says that I'm aware of before I put my foot in my mouth. Maybe there is in a procedural bylaw. There's nothing that says you can't schedule a public hearing for the evening.
That's correct. Yeah,
So-
it can be done. It can be done then as well. What I wanted to point out is that generally speaking, we're doing them at these times. There's lots of reasons for that as well, but that doesn't preclude public from being able to participate. Is more the point. You're absolutely right. We could schedule this in the evening if we wanted to. We've done that in the past with public hearings. So I just wanted to have it highlighted that there are other ways for public to participate in the public hearing process. Councillor Schindler, then Councillor Wojciechowski.
I just had a thought about this motion and the date. So March 11th is a regular meeting of council, beginning at 9 a.m. I usually like to attend these public hearings, both as a resident and just to hear what people are saying. Is that?
It's part of the council meeting.
Sorry, are we not putting it in a different location?
No, it's part of the council meeting. Public hearings are part of a council meeting.
Right.
Councillor
Never
Wojciechowski.
mind.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to follow up through our chair administration to you, Mrs. Armitage, you'd indicated that you'll take the lead on this public hearing. Further to my last comment in regards to the previous motion just passed and carried, can you, and I don't know if we need to modify this motion, but can we ensure that the public has all of the information at hand, not just in regards to this specific item being discussed in this bylaw, but the future of schools and the infrastructure as a generality, so our residents can better inform themselves on the decisions in regards to this specific bylaw.
It is important to note that when we do a public hearing, it is only for the item that is in front of us. So all the information that is included for the land use bylaw amendment will be made public, but anyone can read the MDP, anyone can read the outline plans, area structure plans, our engineering specifications at any time they please to. But in terms of this notice for this specific item, it will pertain just to this item.
Okay, thank you. That's fair enough. I guess the results will speak for themselves when we host this public hearing. That information would be valuable to residents, and it'll be up to them to make sure that they're well informed prior to public hearing. Thanks.
Final comments, questions? Call for the vote. Councillor Sambo. Here we go. And that's carried. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving now to our action list, which is item 8.1, and this is being presented by our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to council. There's two versions of the action list in here this time. We have the action list of motions that are still active from 2024. There's not much to update on that list. We've got a couple of things coming up at the end of February, end of March. The third one on the list about the intermunicipal collaboration grant was done at our last GAP meeting, so that should be marked as completed and removed from this list. I apologize for not doing that prior to this meeting. For the 2025 list, again, no significant updates. A lot of these are relatively new, and we're working through these, and we'll be bringing them back in short order to council.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions with regards to the action list? Thank you. I just had one, was on the 241119-25, moved by Councillor Grant, the Council Director Administration to bring back information regarding the traffic in traffic control at the intersection of Marina Drive and West Chestermere Drive and update the public. So I believe that this has been done, but right now we are waiting for the TIA to happen with this one. So are we leaving this motion on there then as we wait for the TIA then to be completed? Is that why that one's staying?
Yeah, so through the chair to council, yeah, that's why I left it on here, is we brought the information back, but the topic isn't quite done yet until we do that larger study in the area. So maybe I'll just make some notes onto it if that's why it's here.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder that it will be coming back later this year.
And to Councillor Narayan. So Councillor Narayan had brought forward, unfortunately was not able to be here the day that we did this, but Councillor Narayan had brought forward about sending in a recommendation to FCM, moved by Councillor Warzanowski. We have done what we needed to do for this, I believe. We have sent the letter in. We just have not yet heard back from FCM, which is why this is on this. But we've completed our part, but just as an update, especially for Councillor Narayan, who had brought this forward, we are just waiting for them to get back to us at this point. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's why I've left it on here, just so when we check it off, we know that they've acknowledged receipt and are moving it forward on their end.
Great, thank you. Any final comments, questions before we move for accept information? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just in follow-up to your comments on the FCM, I know that there is a meeting with Alberta municipalities here at the beginning of March. Let's ensure that if we don't receive anything, that we follow up before that, just in case it is brought up in potential resolution at that meeting. So that's the only comment that
Different one.
That's a different one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
This is the one in June.
in June. Okay, so we have time on that one.
Yeah.
And then I also noticed one of the motions that I had put forward in regards to the densification. I noticed I didn't date stamp it in regards to, well, the item number, there's no number on it, but how we directed administration to draft policies regarding buffering between residential densities. I don't think we need to add clarity. I just will ask the question to administration through our chair. We'll do that, I think, assumingly before the MDP is issued, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, that's exactly it. It's part of the
thank you.
MDP process, so
Yeah.
target date is finished in August, and
No questions then. Further, thank you.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Oh, thank you. No, I just I try and make note of these things so that as I'm at agenda preps and things like that, I can make sure I bring those things. So as councillors highlight things during this, I make sure that I catch them so that when I work with an agenda prep with Ledge Services, I'm able to bring that forward. Great, thank you. I believe the next thing then would be a motion to accept the action list for information. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council accept the 2024 and 2025 action list update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Sorry, call for the vote. Sorry, I got distracted. Great, thank you, and that's carried. We've already gone through item 9.1. I believe now we're on to 9.2, which is the RFD for Alberta Council. At this time, I'm going to be stepping out of council chambers, just due to a possible perceived conflict of interest in that I have just with Alberta Council. So I'm going to now be turning the meeting over to Councillor Randawa. Doing this, we've the city seek legal advice on this, just because I have had some work with Alberta Council in the past. It is simply, there is no financial, there's no pecuniary interest in this. It is just simply there could be a perceived conflict of interest. And so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Councillor Randawa, and we'll be back when you guys are finished 9.2.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay. So this one is the Mayor and Council, so presented by our CEO, Kent Edney. Please.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through yourself to the rest of council, here with a request for decision on the appointment of Alberta Council to provide government relations to the City of Chestermere and City of Chestermere Council. I maybe drafted this, the wording of this particular RFD a little prematurely, so I will open it up to council if there is some feedback. But getting into the background, during the interim operating budget process, council did approve funds in the budget for government relations services. So this came out of some discussions at the fall session of AB Munis and just of getting some support in on lobbying the province on a number of issues important to council and to the city of Chestermere. One of those proposals came in from Alberta Council. We also received another proposal in from Canadian Strategy Group. Both of those have been sent around to council. Alberta Council actually came in prior to Christmas and did a bit of a presentation. We haven't had Canadian Strategy Group come in. My thought and feeling was that Alberta Council was the right fit for this particular council, but that is completely open to discussion if you would like to at this point in the process. Just highlighted a few things that Alberta Council was proposing to do was conduct a political audit to identify obstacles in our advocacy goals. They'll provide ongoing political intelligence and strategic advice. They'll also work to develop a strategic advocacy plan tailored to the city's objectives. They'll help us build and strengthen relationships with key decision makers in the UCP government, or any government should that change at any point in time. And one of the big things with Alberta Council is they'll support our grant drafting and submission and application efforts. Big thing with Alberta Council is, in addition to helping the city with our grant writing and submission, they will also help our not-for-profit societies in the city with their grant applications, their identification of grants, and provide that support. There was some requests for understanding, ratio of submissions versus ones that actually get approved. Comment is they helped submit over 500 last year. A number of them were approved, but given the unique nature of every individual grant and the things that go into it, it was hard for them to provide us success numbers. But that's, again, an important part, but a smaller part of that advocacy piece. So I think at this stage, I'd offer up a couple of motions. One, as I looked at the motion I've recommended, was to approve their engagement for a 12-month term. That was kind of what they suggested to complete what they're doing. I may offer till the end of October, and then have new council come in and decide whether they want to continue that engagement or not. It's just a suggestion if it's something you would like to do. As far as procurement, this does become outside of that $75,000 limit for a 12-month term, but given the specialized nature of these services and the quotes we do have in, we're free to proceed on those grounds. So I would turn it over to council for any comments, questions, or suggestions, but I guess my request is, do you want to appoint Alberta Council and get them started working on your advocacy goals?
Councillor Woznowski.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rendawa. My commentary in regards to this proposal to the rest of council is, I would suggest that if we do put forth a motion that we do consider a 12-month term, we have plenty of contracts, probably hundreds of contracts that span council's terms, and you really can't get too much done by the we'll blink and it's October, and it will be the new council's job to assess the effectiveness of Alberta Council's engagement with the city. So I would suggest that would be a potential motion, and also I would be in support of that because we really haven't had any representation for the city in quite some time, and we really won't know the results until we try. So this is something that I would support if we move forward to a potential motion for 12 months.
Any other comments and questions?
Not until we get the motion.
Okay, can we have the motion, please?
Which motion? The council approved the engagement.
The 12.
Okay, if I may, Deputy Mayor Randauer, motion, council approve the engagement of Alberta Council to provide government relations and grant submission to support a 12-month term.
So, any comments or question according to the motion? Councillor Schindler.
So I have a question about Alberta Council going forward. Do we have, if we find out that in 6 months from now that we're not really getting our money's worth, are we tied to a contract for 12 months? And is there a penalty for leaving said contract?
So through the chair to Councillor Schindler, at this point, this is just the engagement to work out the terms of that contract. I'll ensure, and they'll understand, especially given the nature of an impending election, that we'll make sure we have an ability to cancel with a month's notice or something like that, similar to any other contract.
And if I may.
Go ahead.
And if I may, to find a way to have some measurables so that we can determine if we're being successful or not. I mean, the grant writing aspect of their service really was exciting for me. At the same time, I also wanted to make sure that we still have grant writing in house. So, and we're not relying on putting all our eggs in one basket. So, yeah, that's just my comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments and question? Call for the vote. Yeah, it's passed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on then to item 9.3, which is the charity golf tournament. This is being presented by Ms. Sandy Jo Hall-Watt, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am here to recommend to Council that the Council consider one of the following dates for hosting the second annual Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament at Lakeside Greens, Chestermere. Thursday, June 5th, Thursday, July 3rd, or lastly, Thursday, July 10th. Council approve an expenditure of up to $150,000 to add the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the 2025 operating budget, with this amount being dispersed from funds raised. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So are you looking for council to debate between the three dates right now? Yes?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Okay. So, clarification,
it is a debate, so you can have the discussion of which date.
discussion. Yes. See, I step out for 1 second and I just fall apart. Okay, so discussion on council to open up for discussion as to regards to June 5, 3, or 10. Opening up for discussion, Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Johan Watt. For me, I'd say the only date that may not work is June 5th, just because it's really close to the FCM. But the other two dates are okay.
Yeah, because we get back from FCM on June 2nd. CAO, he nodded. He head bobbed.
I'm in the wrong spot, I guess.
What I was going to suggest, or just make a general comment too, of last year there was a lot of council help in organizing this. I expect this year it'll be entirely an administrative thing. So just the question is, are people going to be around to participate on any of these dates?
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Much appreciated. Poor guy. Yeah, totally right. Ignore it on the end. Thursdays are tough. Thursdays are tough to get people out. I understand that Fridays aren't available largely because there's other groups that have them. I would offer a thought that maybe if council could figure out who we would like to support, that maybe that not-for-profit already has a golf tournament lined up on a Friday, and that might be a better alternative. I realize I'm just coming out of left field with this idea, and it's probably going to affect the motion pretty largely here, but I think that's I know there are other not-for-profits that have tournaments on Fridays this year for a fact. So there may need to be a little bit of work on figuring out who's who in the zoo and who has what, but I think the potential of actually having this on a Friday would be a lot more advantageous to get more people, more builders, more awareness, all of those nice buzzwords. So I would like to offer that thought.
Sorry, I see hands. Sorry, I'm just thinking because there is a legislative process that we could invoke here. Because I understand your, even though while it may not be public, even though it's probably public, the dates that a certain not-for-profits may be going, by saying it during that, we may be demonstrating a bias to that one at the time. So I understand your hesitancy in saying that. So I'm going to keep that in the back pocket here for a second, because we could. Ledge Services, can you please look up the FOIP section for interests harmful to a third party, a business? I think it's 16. It is 16. Because essentially, Councillor Grant could ask for a quick in-camera section under Section 16, where then he could express his idea more openly by talking about who those organizations are, so as to not presuppose council to one, and then we could come back out with some thoughts then as well.
I guess.
Councillor Grant?
I guess, sorry, I suppose I would be open to that. Maybe we should hear some other feedback from the rest of council
Before doing that?
Make sure that's
Okay.
make sure that people feel that would be an option for them.
Okay. Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I honestly think the only date that would work is June 5th, that Thursday, because Stampede, it covers both the other dates in July. And I am aware also that July, either people are at the Stampede or they've left town. So a lot of our sponsors, either Chestermere or Calgary based, will probably be booked elsewhere. So getting subscription to the tournament in July, I think, will be a strong challenge.
Valid point.
Granted, to Councillor Narayan's comments about us potentially being away, I think it should be enough time for us to come back for the 5th. I'd also ask that we look at a potential plan B if there's another golf course that we might want to consider. But the dates, when it comes to the dates, June 5th is the only one that logically makes sense to me.
Unless there was an option to partner with one that might be going on a Friday at a different date.
Possibly, or at a different course. Yeah, even.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. To that point, I don't know if I would support going. No, this we could bring to motion and debate on. I wouldn't necessarily support going to a different course, as I think if we're doing a Chestermere Mayor and Council golf tournament, I think we should stay local to our own golf course. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to council, these aren't the only 3 dates that are available. These are just the 3 dates that are available in kind of June and early July. So if council felt that August or September or potentially May was better, I know the golf course did have some dates available around those times. My issue with May is May always doesn't have the greatest weather. August we're off for council. Same issues as Councillor Worzanowski pointed out with the summer. And then September becomes very close to the election. So the question is, would you want to do it at that time? But we're not held to any of these 3 dates. We can always circle back if there's consensus that another time would be better.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
And sorry, I'll just add to, for our golf course, yes, they can only do one Friday a month. And to Councillor Grant's point, those are already pre-booked by major not-for-profits in our group. There is an option. I do believe Glenn said we could consider a Monday as well. But they can't do tournaments Tuesday, Wednesday, weekend, or any of the Fridays that aren't already allocated.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am unavailable on June 5th. I will be elsewhere. And I was going to comment that depending on what staff is supporting this event, July 3rd is pretty close to Canada Day events. So that might not be an ideal time.
Just put one up at a time and vote.
I would like to see a couple of September dates, just out of curiosity. Would be a suggestion I would be having with this. I don't dislike Councillor Grant's suggestion. There's things about that I think that could be positive, and I think that there could be some good synergies between the two. Like there could be some good utilizing volunteers that they already have with staff that we're going to be working with. If we're working with them already, they're already going to be motivated to raise money anyway, and then we're working with them anyway. There could be some really good connections between that. So I think there's certainly a lot of merit, in my opinion, to what Councillor Grant is suggesting. Deputy Mayor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we go close to the September, in October we have regimental ball as well. So just keep in mind, because the same sponsors almost for the city for both events. That's too close.
Okay. Okay. I would like to suggest that we very quickly go for that. Can I have a councillor who would be willing to make a motion to go into in-camera under Section 16 so that we could just name some of those not-for-profits and have that conversation very quickly in camera, please?
No, you're the one who suggested it.
Well, you've been mad at me. You've been mad at me all day for not calling on you. So let me tell you, you're making every motion from here to the end of the day here, Councillor Grant.
This is probably the last one.
Yeah, your arm's gonna be real tired by the end of this. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council move into closed session at 11:58 a.m. to discuss the following: FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to a third party.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Joanne, we're gonna come out of this, maybe make a motion, and then we're gonna go for lunch. Okay, just so you know. Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Just waiting for the motion to be posted. Or you just want me to ad lib it?
I believe in you.
I moved that council comes out of closed session at 12:05 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And we're now going to take our lunch break, and we will come back at 1 o'clock.
She wanted the motion.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll text you, Joanne.
Because we have to take a break after. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break here and heading back into our agenda. Before we broke for lunch, we had quickly had an in-camera session that we came out of. We were speaking about the 2025 charity golf tournament. This is being presented by Miss Sandy Johal-Watt. Part of that conversation surrounded what dates we were looking at and things like that. Mr. Edney, I understand that during the course of that, over lunch, administration has gone back and been able to find out some dates for September as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would suggest that within that, I don't think there's anything needed as an addition or anything, or to welcome anything back, because the general conversation is about what dates that we had been presented with. I think it would be in the course of process that while 3 dates were presented, any councillor at any time could also bring up other information as part of the discussion, as can administration. So I would say that it would be totally appropriate that since during the break administration went and looked at some other dates, admin can just say, hey, we have some other dates for you to consider as you move to a motion. Yeah? Okay. So, Mr. Edney, or I'm not sure if I'm turning to you or to Ms. Johal-Watt as to some possible September dates.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, thanks to Sandy for reaching out to the golf course so efficiently. Maybe if I could look over to Ledge Services, if we could just pop up a blank Word document and type in some dates as we go, just so we make sure we capture them here. Got a few dates back from the golf course that are available. So I know we're going out of just September, but May 29th, June 26th, September 28th, September 25th. They're also suggesting Tuesday, September 23rd could work, but I don't have in front of me. That sounds like it's probably a council date. And then if we were at all considering August, you could do August 14th and 28th. In addition to the 3 previous ones of June 5th, July 3rd, and July 10th.
So May 29th would immediately come off since that is FCM.
Correct.
So May 29th would go. I think council, in my opinion, was pretty clear that there was not really an interest for August for all kinds of reasons, including that month off. Would that be a correct assessment, council? Is anyone going to be wanting to lean towards a August motion? I like August. Councillor Schindler?
I like August 28th. That sounds nice. But,
okay. So we'll leave that on there as an option, but take out August 14th. Is that what we're hearing? Okay. August 28th, just as a note, would be taking us right into the September long weekend. That would be the Thursday before the September long weekend. So an obvious concern there would be people going away, right? Kind of your last chance to get away for the summer. I am wondering, speaking to some concerns that had been raised overall, I am wondering about the June 26th option. End of year, end of school year, getting ready to go into the summer. I wonder if we could brand it as a kick off your summer with council, golf tournament, something. I wonder if there's some branding opportunities there. Please do not take what I said as that's the thing we're going to do. I'm just saying I wonder if there are some options that may be attractive. It speaks to that weather issue that a couple of people had mentioned about possibly the weather being nicer in June as opposed to September. And I wonder if because it's June, even from a mental standpoint, selling standpoint, it's far enough away from Stampede that we could still have some of that buy-in. So I am definitely showing my own bias towards the June 26th date, but would now turn to council for any other thoughts or ideas that they may have. Or, so I'm sorry, Councilor Wozowski?
I thank you, Mayor Dean. I agree with you. I think June 26th is the best day. It's higher likelihood of better weather, And we should catch people before they either go away, and it's soon enough ahead of the Calgary Stampede that we're not competing with another event.
So I'm not trying to presuppose my idea, but I wonder if we're starting to debate at this point, and if Councilor Warzanowski, if you're comfortable making a motion, we could open up for debate about that date.
Yes, I can. If anybody wants to put forth another date, I'd be welcome to that, but I'd gladly put up the motion for June 26th.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion that council set the June 26, 2025 as the second annual Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament at Lakeside Greens here in Chestermere.
Comments, questions, open for debate. I see a thumbs up, so that's not a comment. Great. I guess I'm going to call for... Okay, Councilor Schindler.
Just a point note that Canada Day is the following Tuesday, so it's it as part of planning and whatnot. We're kind of getting close to 2 events within a week.
Great, thank you. Administration, do you feel, since Mr. Edney, you had mentioned before that you see the bulk of this work being done by administration, does administration feel comfortable with the June 26th and July 1st proximity?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no issues on that front. I think Canada Day's planned a long time in advance, and we got a long time to plan this as well. It's during the day, during kind of work hours, so we should be okay. But that does fall under Sandy's group, so I'll maybe defer final answer to her.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. Through the chair to Mayor and Council. As you know, I'm very passionate about the success of this tournament. Very much so wanting to see another success. But unfortunately, I'm unavailable at that date. So I just want to be very transparent with Council that as much as I would love to be there, I already have flights booked. So, but I will stop at nothing to ensure that this date is going to work if Council so wishes.
Our CAO is looking at the dates that Ms. Jo Hallwad has booked for her, and I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Completely. But from a planning perspective, though, do you think that those are too close for administration?
Through the chair to Mayor and Council, I do feel that the bulk of the planning, as Mr. Edney has indicated, is going to be complete for Canada Day. However, I am concerned that there will be individuals that will take the Friday off or the Thursday, Friday off and then work on the 1st of July. So I just don't want to skew my answer, but I don't want the planning to be an option to defer from this date. I just want to be transparent.
Great, thank you. So with that, are there any other comments, questions, or can I call for the vote for June 26th? Councilor Schindler?
I just need some clarity. Is that date good, or are we gonna miss people, or what? Sorry, I didn't hear a definitive answer.
Through the chair, that date is fine. We'll make it work.
There you go. Thursday. Okay. With that, then, I will call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Council, I'm wondering if there would be an interest for a second motion to direct administration to come back with some criteria on which council could base their decision for either picking a not-for-profit and or keeping it in-house and how that can be used. I'm wondering if a councillor would be interested in making a motion to direct administration to bring back options to council with regards to that. Is certainly something I would like to see us do, but in my mayor chair, I can't make motions. So I'm wondering if I would have a support from a councillor to at least make that motion that we could open up for debate. Deputy Mayor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Are you saying yes, you support making said motion?
Yes.
Do you mind if I wordsmith it and then see if you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So I would say, yeah, council direct administration to bring back options to council for the use of funds from the charity golf tournament, including in-house. No, that's it. I don't want to be that more specific. Yeah, just take out it, including. Right there. Yeah. To administration, I guess, before the motion is made, would that be specific enough as to what I'm looking for? Okay, yes, okay. Deputy Mayor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to bring back options to council for the use of funds from the charity golf tournament.
Sorry, I'm going to anticipate Councillor Warzanowski. Can we make that for March 4th GAP meeting? Is that soon? Is that too soon? April could be fine too, because we'll have time. Can we do the April GAP meeting? Okay, so the April GAP meeting, which would be April 1st. Perfect. Sorry, Councillor Warzanowski. Deputy Mayor Randhawa, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Sure. I move that the council direct administration to bring back the options to council for the use of the fund from the charity golf tournament and bring back to the April 1st, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee meeting.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if Deputy Mayor Randhawa would accept, I think this would be a friendly, to say, sorry, could you unselect that so I can read what it says? Council direct administration to bring back recommendations for criteria for the use of funds. I believe the intent of this motion, if I'm getting it right, was more so to develop a framework that could be used moving forward, not just recommendations for this year.
I think you're right. I think it could be both. Recommendations for criteria and options. Would you be okay if it said both? Deputy Mayor? Sorry. Okay. So what we would like to add then, no, leave options to bring back recommendations before options for criteria and options. Councillor Sample, does that fit with what you were saying? Good. Deputy Mayor, you're happy with that? Yes. Can you restate the motion then, please?
I move that the council direct administration to bring back the recommendation for criteria and option to council for the use of funds from the charity golf tournament and bring back to the April 1st, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee meeting.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you very much. With that, I believe we have exhausted our agenda, and there's nothing. I'm just kidding. I just wanted the fire guys to sweat just a little bit down there. They've been here all morning. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to jump in here before we move to the next agenda item through our chair administration. A question to Mr. Halwat. Once we confirm those dates, is it pretty much confirmed from them? The reason why I'm asking the question is as soon as we confirm the dates, let's also consider strategy in regards to fundraising, because we're going to want to start inviting some of our key sponsors, as well as send out save the dates and any communication to start looking at this. Even though we are going to wait for administration to give us a recommendation by April, at least we can get communication out there to the community to know that the tournament is coming.
Through the chair to Mayor and Councillor Warzanowski, absolutely, I will confirm right when I get back to my desk so that the date is ours and send out save the dates and ensure that our development and sponsorship community is well informed of the date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I did miss the second recommendation from administration, a motion that we need to make, and that's council approve the expenditure of up to $150,000. This is exactly what we did last time, just so that it will be an in-out. This is not going to cost anything on the city. Whatever we bring in is what we spend, and what's left over is what we donate, all of those sorts of things. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the expenditure of up to $150,000 to add the mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament to the 2025 operating budget, with this amount being dispersed from the funds raised.
Comments, questions? Yes. Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and maybe a question to Councillor Schindler that in regards to this motion to support Mayor Dean's commentary about this being a second motion being requested by administration. Should we add some clarity to show that while the monies will be dispersed from the funds being raised, only for the costs consumed, and all additional funds will be put towards the fundraising portion of the tournament? Or do you think it's clear enough?
I think it's clear.
I think that this is to allow the expenditure to get the ball rolling, and then we will come up with the rest of that as we go forward.
All right, thanks.
In my opinion.
Okay, so then the motion is on the floor. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thank you. Administration, does that clear that item then? Great, thank you. Now we're moving on to item 9.4, which is our fire hall study, being presented by Ms. Catherine Doherty.
Right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure and Planning here at the City of Chestermere. Today I'm bringing forward, and I would also like to add, I'm joined by the fire department. I have Joel Forney, the acting fire chief, as well as Brent Paquette. I'm not platoon chief, sorry, with me today to answer any of the specifics about the report we're bringing forward. So I'm bringing forward a recommendation to Council that Council adopt the Fire Facilities Master Study as prepared by the Chestermere Fire Services as a guide for the fire facilities infrastructure in the City of Chestermere to be reflected in the 2025 offsite levy model. So a bit of background on this. The Fire Facilities Master Study establishes the long-term infrastructure strategy for the City of Chestermere's fire services, aligning with our city's growth and projected populations, which we expect to increase over the next 25 years. It evaluates the fire station locations, the building, the training facilities, and the timing and the beneficiaries of the infrastructure improvements. The study aims to guide the city's administration in optimizing the systems, utilizing planning, upgrades, and directing development while supporting the city's offsite levy model. The key objectives included is a comprehensive assessment, identifying system deficiencies, strategic growth planning, and creating a capital improvement roadmap. Recognizing the need for enhanced fire service infrastructure, Bear Integrated was commissioned previously in 2021 to develop the Fire Master Plan, followed by a review by Seahawk Services focusing on administration, operations, occupational health and safety, training, and infrastructure. In 2022, this report was developed and shared with the Building Industry and Land Development Association, or BILD, Chestermere for their feedback. This led to Council adopting the Offsite Levy Bylaw 006-23, which included a fire offsite levy. However, the draft was never actually formally adopted by Council, which is why we're bringing it here today. In late 2024, the report was updated and reviewed by external third parties, which included Mexig Inc. and Greg Wilkes. Mr. Wilkes was the fire chief at the City of Calgary between 2007 and 2016. The updated report is now being presented to you for adoption. Some of the key changes that we're seeing in the report, the background, if you went into it, the original fire hall was constructed here in 2010. The population at that time was around 14,000 people. And at the time of it being constructed, the original intent was for less than that population of the time it actually got constructed. One of the other major changes we've seen with fire services is based on Alberta building codes. You are required to, if you have development outside of a 10-minute response window, there's additional requirements for that building. So what's interesting about it now is instead of looking at fire services only on a population base, it's really important to have a more complex view of it as response rates as well, because response rates for higher densities are a lot different than response rates for acreages, as an example. So the implications that we have on this is that it provides our framework to ensure adequate fire services for all of our city, aligning infrastructure needs with our growth. It serves as our foundation for our offsite levy model and will influence future rates. Since the draft in 2022, the original projected cost for this facility was $12.5 million, and due to inflation and some additional off-site or outdoor facilities, my apologies, the rate has increased to 13.8. This report, as is, has been circulated to Build as well. We have done that engagement with them, and we haven't heard any significant concerns with what is being presented here. And we understand that a lot of that is because when this facility is constructed, those additional building requirements that are currently occurring in some of our new developments will no longer be required, because we will be able to have all of our developments covered within the 10-minute response radius. The risk is similar to all of our other master plans that we've brought forward to council, that these are based off projections of our growth. If our growth changes significantly, the projections will change, the needs will change, and that's why it's best practice for us, and we always provide the recommendation that these reports get looked at every 5 years and updated appropriately. So with that, I bring the motion forward and open
Great,
to any
thank you.
questions.
I think on this one too, I think there are some material points that I think would be good to open for discussion before moving to that motion. Would that be? I think we can. Well, I know I can. Council, are there any questions or comments on the presentation before moving to motion, recognizing that this motion will be coming forward, and that if it is a debate about the motion, maybe hold on those comments until that motion is made. But generally, overall, with the presentation, are there any comments or questions that you have? And I would assume that if questions are specifically for the fire department, that they would be available to also answer that. I'm seeing nods. Okay, great. So, Councillor Schindler.
I just had maybe a quick question. I believe we did put in, through the chair to administration, I believe we did put money in for the feed study for this year. So this is going to lead into the feed study, if that's correct? And when will that study begin, or has it begun, or when will we see the results of that study?
So it's not fully correct. This is the foundational document
Right.
that helps us determine the cost associated with the need. So it supports the offsite levy bylaw.
Right.
This report itself that we're asking for adoption has nothing to do with the capital projects that have been approved. It's just the foundational document to be on side with the MGA under the offsite levy bylaw.
Right.
We have to have supporting documentation as to why. So this report says we need a $13.5 million facility to support our growth. It doesn't say we need a $46 million facility. So this is where this one is, that's what we're asking for today.
Right.
The status of the feed study, is my understanding, is it's underway, and that the actual construction and work associated with building this new facility is actually in next year's capital budget.
Okay. That's basically where I was going with that, is just to find out when we're going to see a fire hall. Okay. That's it. Thank you kindly.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration. Ms. Doherty, you mentioned that the current study proposes that we need a $13.5 million fire hall. So my question is, by the time we build the fire hall, is it still $13.5 million? What I'm asking is, are we handcuffing ourselves to an offsite levy number that is lower than what is the actual cost going to be when we get to build it?
We are not handcuffing ourselves. This document will enable us to set the rate of the offsite levy we'll be collecting for 2025. Should the fire hall not occur in 2026 as planned, or should things change and it's determined that we need significantly different things, the step and process is then to update the master study to then reflect what the new rate or what the new cost needs are, reflect that then in the offsite levy bylaw, collect on those rates so that it's always on balance with itself. But it's a sequential process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to Councillor Grant's question, just to elaborate a little bit more, procedurally, this document should have been adopted a couple of years ago, prior to even initiating the offsite levy. So that's part of why this is here. But to Ms. Doherty's comments, this doesn't handcuff us to anything. If we come back through the feed study and decide we only need a $7 million fire hall, we then adjust the rate at which we're capturing the offsite levies. We'll have a little bit more money in the bank ahead of time to do it. If we came back and said we need a $20 million fire hall, we just will have to then include that in this report and start collecting money faster. So this is just that larger 25,000 foot guiding framework document to start us down the path that we're already down, I guess.
Thank you. I am wondering if my question on this one would be to our CAO. So I would be in support of adopting this document, especially based on what you just said, that this should have been done a while ago and those sorts of things. We are aware of a couple of things in that doing it under this model is one way that we could do this. Is there another model, though, that where we could have a different conversations with the developers in terms of, instead of collecting offsite levies for the next X amount of time, and then if we were to move to enforcement of the bullet points that are outlined as to what they're supposed to be doing outside the 10-minute, could it possibly be a cheaper option for us to be having a conversation with our development community about front-ending the construction of a fire hall? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, I can tackle that one. So again, through you to the rest of the council, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what our intent out of this is going to be, is to look at it. It's still through the offsite levy model, because there are lands that aren't developed yet, but will be underdeveloped, that will benefit from this fire hall. But that will be that question, as if we can get them to pay for it up front, and then they get a credit as they develop their land. Because I think both us and the development community would like to see this happen sooner than later. So that will be an option we will definitely be exploring.
And is that an option that could possibly get us a fire hall sooner?
I don't think it, so from my point of view, it doesn't get us the fire hall any sooner.
Okay.
That is still tied to the work we go through. It's just how it gets funded.
Okay.
Is a different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The second question I had, and this might be to our fire department, on the first page of this request for decision, it talks about it evaluates fire station locations, building, and training facility requirements. Can the development of the fire hall and then subsequent training facilities be a staged process in terms of, like, can we get the fire hall done first, then looked at the stage process, or does everything have to be done at once, is my first question. My second question then, if it's a staged process, does that in any way affect positively or negatively our OSL models if we're looking at a staged approach of fire halls and training facilities? Is ready?
So through yourself to the rest of council, I'll let Kate maybe tackle the offsite levy part of the question. As far as the staged approach, that's something we're discussing even for the fire hall itself, of looking at here's a stage one, presupposing a couple of bays and some spots for 4 or 5 firefighters. And then we're also looking now, how can we then expand onto that to have more bays and more firefighters as that community grows? So the training grounds would fall in there as well of, that really becomes, and I'm speaking for the two gentlemen back there, but the training grounds is one of those positive impacts to operating costs. Right now, we spend a fair amount of money sending our guys elsewhere to do training that we can't do here. This would allow us to do some of that training right on site. So it would be staged, but it's also kind of a separate analysis, I think, from a payback perspective.
Okay, great, thank you. On the page 26 of the Fire Facilities Master Plan, this is page 354 of our agendas, and Catherine, you alluded to this as part of your presentation. It says, it is recommended that the Fire Facility Master Plan be updated every 5 years to account for changes in the city's development. Is this in policy right now, or is this something that we're considering best practice? And if it is something that is not in policy, is this something we should put in policy so that, well, then it has a policy to it? My recommendation would be, if it's not in policy, I think we should have it in policy, but I'd love to hear from administration your standpoint on that.
It is not in policy.
Okay.
No. I think one of the changes, or one of the things that differentiates Chestermere from other municipalities, is that we update our offsite levy bylaw annually, and that's actually very unique to Chestermere.
Okay.
A lot of other communities do it every 3 years, every 5 years. So that annual review of our offsite levy bylaw forces administration to look at the growth projections, to be very cognizant of those things, and making sure that the numbers of the projects that are in our offsite levy bylaw are relevant. So we have a built-in trigger that these need to be updated and they need to be adopted properly, which is why these are coming to you now saying, oh, this one wasn't adopted properly and it needs to be adopted. And if we're going to adopt it, it needs to reflect exactly what there is today. So Chestermere to itself has built-in mechanisms where we say we should actually go look at the TMP again, or we should do those things. There is, from my awareness, not a policy that says a transportation master plan or a fire facilities master study has to be updated so many years, because for a number of communities that wouldn't matter.
Right. So, but because it's triggered anyway by the other things that we do, we're essentially doing it. So a policy then would become redundant.
In my opinion, yes.
So I retract my statement of supporting the policy. Ms. Armitage.
We just have a policy in place that.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Thank you for that explanation. So I retract my earlier comment.
I think when it comes to a lot of these different policies, particularly in CGI's world, it is standard practice that we're looking at them frequently administratively. Okay. So something like the OSL, very unique because we do look at it every year, which means we have eyes on all of this. Regardless of who's here, that's a living activity that happens. Something like your MDP, we usually put in a policy statement that it should be reviewed every 5 years. We always use should, because depending on where things fall, it might hit year 6, or, there might be a different thing that's happening. Could be year 4, depending on a council. But generally the rule of thumb is all of these documents should be reviewed every 5 years. But that review might be that we open it and we go, this is perfect. Let's pat ourselves on the back for predicting the future so well. And that's it. Or it might be, okay, these 3 things need tweaked. Or, oh my God, we just built this fire hall and our growth grew even quicker than we imagined. And now we need to look at expanding it quicker than we thought. So I would say even in absence of a policy, as long as you have a professional qualified staff, that's going to happen.
Right.
And then some of them do have it integrated into their policies themselves.
Yeah. Sorry. Any of the statements that I made, retracted or not, are certainly not a comment on whether or not I think we have a professional qualified staff. I absolutely believe we have a professional qualified staff. I would say my comments are more along the lines of when we have, whether it be a turnover, I just want to make sure we don't miss these things, right? And so one of the things that I have noticed is that there have been times, it's why I say we're doing the action list right now, but there's another action list that we know that is being developed to see, have there been some things that have been missed over the past couple of years. So I apologize in any way if I certainly did not mean that at all. It's more of I wanted to make sure that we as a council are doing everything that we can to be supportive of those practices that administration is either already doing or would like further support from council on. Ms. Armitage.
I didn't interpret what you said that way. That I used the words as long as you have qualified staff, just given that, sometimes you lose staff members.
Perfect. Yeah.
It was more of a holistic comment.
Absolutely.
About as long as you have qualified staff, this should be happening.
Right.
And I wouldn't even, off the top of my head, I don't know what policy document you would put in a list of all these policies that you need to review every 5 years. Like it would be, normally it's attached to that document. So the
Sure.
MDP will have that. I think the MDP will also talk about the planning side of things as well. But
Okay.
yeah,
Great.
no, I didn't hear that comment from
Perfect.
you. That's
Awesome.
not
Thank
what
you.
I interpreted, and that's not why I said it.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you. So then, Mr. Edney, if I understand this process correctly, us approving this will help move this along with regards to our current OSL model and current things that we're doing, while those other options are still being discussed and explored by administration. This motion and possible passing thereof thus just supports what should have essentially happened and further supports the OSL model that we have for our current fire hall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the recommended motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council adopt the Fire Facilities Master Study, FFMS, prepared by Chestermere Fire Services as a guide for the fire facilities infrastructure in the city of Chestermere to be reflected in the 2025 offsite levy model.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great. Thank you. Thank you to both our presenter and to our representatives from the fire hall for being here. And as we continue to move towards, a new fire hall that'll be able to support all of Chestermere. With that, we're going to be moving to a closed session. I just wanted to update the public and council as to where this closed session is coming from. On Friday, the city of Chestermere was the host for the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board meeting. Both Councillor Warzanowski and myself were in attendance. There were two motions that were made that are material to CMRB and to the city of Chestermere, which is what is leading to the conversation that council will be having in camera with, I would anticipate some possible motions coming out of that. Motion number one that was passed at the CMRB included that the board send a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs notifying the Government of Alberta of the following: that the board has directed administration to initiate the process for the orderly winding down of operations of the organization, that the board requests the immediate repeal of Ministerial Order MSD 064/22 to remove the requirements for the Regional Evaluation Framework and to repeal the Growth Plan, and 3, that the board requests the Minister repeal the CMRB regulation effective May 1st, 2025. Essentially what this does is should all this, as it moves forward, would essentially dissolve the way that CMRB currently works. The Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board, EMRB, passed a very similar motion about a month ago, I believe it was. So they are about a month ahead of CMRB on what they passed. So that was the first motion that was passed that will have an impact on Chestermere and regional planning and those sorts of things. And the second motion that was passed was this, which is leading to the conversation that we council first needs to have the opportunity to have because it's intergovernmental relations. So we first need to have this in camera and then come out with some decisions. Motion 2 being that the 8 members of the CMRB agree to meet and discuss an alternate regional approach before May 1st, 2025, which recognizes the significance of a coordinated approach to regional amenities, including source water production, distribution, transit, recreation, commercial, and other, economic development opportunities, and planning and development for residential, industrial, commercial, and mixed uses. For those who are unaware, the 8 members of the CMRB currently include Airdrie, High River, Calgary, us, Foothills, Okotoks, Cochrane, and Rocky View County. So those are the current 8 members of the CMRB. And so what this says is that we have agreed to meet and discuss alternate regional approaches. So this is some big conversations that are happening about regional planning. All of this is public information. All of this can be found on the CMRB website, and you can watch the meeting and some of the comments that were made by mayors and Reeves at that time. So I just, in putting this onto the agenda, I just wanted the public to be aware of the 2 motions that came out of CMRB. Councillor Warzanowski, I'm not sure if you would have anything to add to that. I think I've covered it all, but if there's something you feel like I have missed within that, and then we'll move to closed session.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you covered it off well. With the forthcoming future of regional planning, I think it's a good idea that we go into closed session and see how council feels, so we can plan our future as a community as it sits surrounding our neighbors. Thank you. Great,
thank you. So with that, can I please have a motion to move into closed session? Councillor Grant. No, I'm just kidding. Deputy Mayor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 1:40 p.m. to discuss the following: CMRB FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I couldn't even guess.
I wasn't going to ask you because your time is. Thanks for staying here all day. Thank you.
I couldn't even guess. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council come out of closed session at 2:50 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. We'll take a short break and come back at 3 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We just have, I believe, one motion coming out of our closed session that I believe. So I have a counselor that would like to make the motion that is on the screen, please. Counselor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just give me one moment to review this one last time because it is lengthy. The only amendment that I'd like to make, if council can bear with me, is and the City of Chestermere Council contact the municipalities involved in the CMRB. I think there we need to make a we need to designate what our ask is, with encouragement to do the same, something like that. Is that okay? With encouragement to do the same as we add that to the end?
I think it should be mayor, not city.
Yeah, and mayor. And
mayor on behalf of.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
And encourage.
I don't know if we can instruct another municipality what to do. That's
No,
the
we
only
can-
thing.
And that's not instructing, it's encouraging.
I know, but
Or with a letter of support.
Mr. Reddy?
Correspondingly, you know, we can reword that last sentence, but we want to show the region and all of its partners that we support the motion that was set at the CMRB, and we want to show them this, you know, that support so they can, I mean, such that they can support the same motion. I know we can't tell them what to do, but we're saying, hey, this is what we've done. We'd encourage you to do the same.
So what if you change the word endorses to supports and just have the first two bullets?
That's fine. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I guess then if we just send the letter that says we support it, they'll get the message. So
Yeah.
we can leave it as is.
yeah, and then you can set, somebody, I'm assuming, will take the lead to set.
So I don't want a counselor to have to feel like they're presupposed in a vote. So I would actually request that Ledge Services take out, just copy it for now, that they take out the second bullet, like the City of Chestermere Mayor on behalf of City Council. I think we should handle them as two separate motions because it might presuppose that a counselor.
Sure.
Right? So I would suggest that this be the first motion and that there be a second motion that is, that would be something along the lines of the mayor contact the 8 member municipalities to inform them that we passed this resolution.
Sure.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So can we do this one first and then do the second one?
Yeah.
So we don't presuppose? Okay, so Councilor Warzanowski?
Motion that the City of Chestermere Council support the following motion that was made at the February 7th, 2025 Calgary Municipal Regional Board meeting. That the 8 members of the CMRB agree to meet and discuss an alternate regional approach before May 1st, 2025, which recognizes the significance of a coordinated approach to regional amenities, including source water protection, distribution, transit, recreation, commercial, and other economic development opportunities, and planning and development for residential, industrial, commercial, and mixed uses.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And then the second motion coming out of our closed session then would be so we'd take out the word "and" because this is a new motion. Yep. Inform. Sorry, the City of Chestermere Mayor on behalf of council inform instead of contact.
Yeah. Inform.
The 8 municipalities involved in this CMRB of motion number, whatever the last motion number was. So it directs me to let them know that we endorse this. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Not a letter of support. With inform the 8 municipalities involved in the CMRB
Of recently carried motion.
of the previously carried motion.
Yeah, you can number it whenever you have a chance.
Yeah.
When you finalize the minute.
So we're taking out with a letter of support. That's going to go away totally.
Yeah.
Take out the word with. The mayor of behalf inform the 8 involved in the CMRB of the previously made motion. Do we have a motion number for that previous motion? 19. And then and take out previously made of motion, yeah. So basically, my take on this, if we need to wordsmith it more through administration, would be it's just council directing me to inform that we endorse the motion from before, and I can do that with a letter on letterhead type of thing, just demonstrating our commitment to regional partnership. Or regional conversation, sorry, not partnership. Demonstrating our commitment to regional conversations. Actually, Councilor Wozinski, since I believe you're going to be the one making this motion, how do you feel about of motion thus demonstrating our
Commitment to regional planning.
our commitment to regional conversations,
Regional conversations. Yeah, cooperation.
to regional cooperation, our commitment.
Demonstrating
Demonstrating
the city of Chestermere's commitment to regional cooperation.
because I think that's what we're going for.
Yeah, that's the point of you telling them, yes, for sure.
Administration, are you good with that? I see nodding. I see some nodding up here. Awesome. Councilor Wozinski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion the mayor, on behalf of council, inform the 8 municipalities involved in the CMRB of motion 250211-19, demonstrating the city of Chestermere's commitment to regional cooperation.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Mr. Edney, even though it may not necessarily be within what was on our current item, a councillor can make a motion at any time during a meeting. I'm wondering if invitation should be extended for a motion to be made with regards to a future conversation about watershed, or if we should just continue the way that we had, and we can do that legislatively. Should we make a motion about conversation about talking about water at a future council meeting, thus putting it in a motion, thus adding it to the action list? Or should we just add it as we'll just do that internally as part of our conversation that we have for agenda prep?
Through the mayor, I think the second option's a better way to.
Through agenda
at this
prep.
point, yeah.
Our internal process. Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, I would like to make someone make a motion to, I believe we've exhausted the agenda, have a councillor make a motion to Deputy Mayor Randawa. You should make sure Councillor Grant, though, is okay over there, not feeling ignored. He said he's got a thumbs up. He's not feeling ignored, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 3:11 p.m.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Poor guy.
Over there.
He brought it on himself.